Welcome to week 2 of the Echelon Racing League. Brad Sarner here with Lauren Hall for our second day of racing this weekend, one that is near and dear to our hearts because Lauren is broadcasting from just a few miles away from where we're racing today in Durango, Colorado for the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Lauren, you could ride your bike to the start line from where you are today. We're obviously broadcasting from home for our virtual race, but this has got to be special for you.
It is, and actually looking at that highlight reel of just all the outdoor activities, and that's the reason I love living here. And just, it's a spectacular event that happens every year, every summer, and it's a beautiful race. It's good to be a part of. Thanks.
One of the classics, racing the great Durango to Silverton train. We're going to talk about that throughout the day today. Before we get into more racing today, let's talk a little bit about how things went yesterday in the Criterium at the Gateway Cup, sort of a preview of what we're looking at today, but a much different race on tap today. Long road race today with some climbing. Yesterday, a short circuit race where we saw this breakaway of two is really a story of two different groups, Godby and Scalau group on the left, and then the field racing for third place on the right. I think we might see more of the same today, Lauren.
Yeah, Shalal, definitely gave Godby a run for her money yesterday. And like I said, we were talking about these finite details of getting closer and closer to Shalal pulling out a victory. So I think her time is coming for sure.
Godby outsprints Scalau in the end, just barely beating her to the line, picking up a third victory in the Echelon Racing League as Scalau ends up second place. And then we saw a third place for Erin Ayala getting her field sprint out of the group. Another exceptional ride for Ayala yesterday. She has been very good in those field sprints. Come to the line, you see her jumping out of the group here. It's all about timing in these finishing sprints because you can see everybody was into the red zone. They were all pushing their maximum power, but it was where Ayala, the power, she rolls through the line into third place for her third podium in 3 races in the Echelon Racing League. But it was really all about Jackie Godby yesterday.
Jackie Godby making it 3 for 3 so far in the season. How does this win feel for you, Jackie?
Well, 1, my legs are exhausted. 2, it was another fun, exciting race. You know, getting to go head-to-head with Shalal again is always fun. Seeing more people in the field that I got to race with last year, you know, like I say, it's fun to go head-to-head with great riders. It's fun to go head-to-head with these amazing outdoor power sprinters and put myself on the line every time. So a lot of fun today.
Speaking of that head-to-head matchup, it came down to the wire once again. You gave a little bit of a fist bump in the last 500 meters. What was your mindset going into that last sprint?
Here it is, all the chocolates on the line, go, 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 go. And then I just see red. You know, I think it would be safe to say there's not a lot of blood going to my head when I'm putting it all into my legs. It's sort of like a blackout moment. You hope, you pray that all your training comes out in this moment, and then you cross the line, you feel the resistance go down, you open your eyes, and hope it's a surprise present for you.
Speaking a little bit of chocolate, my last question for you today is you showed a little bit of what you were eating throughout the match. Can you show that off again once more time?
Oh, yeah. And it's special chocolate today. It's got bits of peppermint in it because 'tis the season. And I have fun changing it up. So I will be having some more of this as I cool down.
Awesome. A winner's breakfast. Congratulations to you, Jackie Godby. We'll see you next race.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Godby the day with a 4.09 average watt per kilo. Julia Scalau doing just over 5. So you can see how Godby was extremely efficient yesterday for the Triple X Racing Athletico team. Erin Ayala ends up 3rd, Megan Easler into 4th, and then Anna Rogers taking 5th place on the day. Rokkanen, Miller, Schumann, Wagner, all strong names in this field, and we're expecting to see them back in this group today. It's a really great battle forming in this field. It's sort of a 2-for-1 special in our elite women's races. So after 3 days of racing, heading into our 4th day here in the Echelon Racing League, Jackie Godby widens her overall lead in the series competition. Julia Scalau with 30 points behind her. Erin Ayala at 540, 60 points off of the overall lead of Jackie Godby. And then Schumann, Haig, Carolus, and Miller, followed by Emma O'Toole for the Project Echelon Racing team. O'Toole having a great ride this season. She was a late addition to that Project Echelon team, being signed in the community draft, being picked up, moved up to the pro ranks, and then Dylan Baker and 9th, and Moira Nelson into 10th place for the faster cyclist team. All right, let's take a look at where we're racing today. You see some riders on the starting line. This is a great course, not only on the RGT platforms. We see our course profile presented by the Durango Silverton Narrow Gauge Railroad. We're starting in Durango, Colorado, just north of town where our course starts. Lauren, normally we would be racing up to Silverton for the classic day, but we got a nice loop going here. It starts with some flat rodding before we head off of the main route and then head back into Durango with a couple climbs on the day today.
Yeah, what is interesting about today and what we're going to be seeing a little bit different action is that it's not a criterium and a little bit longer sustained climbs and efforts. So I'm excited to see Beast Mode probably shake things up and put Godby under a little bit more pressure.
It's only 17.5 miles on the loop. Each field is going to be doing 3 of those circuits. They'll pick up just over 1,000 of elevation. That big climb comes on the far side of the course with a max 8.4% gradient. It doesn't last long, but you can see when it goes up quickly, Lauren.
Yeah, 1,000 feet per lap. This is no joke. It's going to be a longer, sustained effort. And yeah, like I said, I'm just excited to see. Like Godby was saying just yesterday that her legs were tired, so we'll see.
Well, it is one of the classic courses of American bike racing. We are being joined right now by the race director of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, Ian Burnett, also a former pro himself. Ian, this is a big year for you guys at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. You're celebrating a big birthday this year.
Yeah, we're coming across on our 50th already. We had a little delay there with COVID, but excited to get bike racing going again. We raced last year and got our 49th under our belt and getting to celebrate our 50th this year. It's going to be a big one.
Well, we talk a lot about the race. Obviously, we love watching the pros, but one thing I love about the weekend, it's more than just that big pro road race. There's a tour, there's kids races, there's activities in town, all kinds of stuff going on this weekend. It really is a celebration of cycling.
Yeah, and that's what Durango's about. Years ago to bring more people to town, as it was a small country town, and it's changed a lot, and then we have way more tourists now, but we've grown our selection in mountain bike races, gravel race. We got it all for a good weekend in Durango.
And Lauren, I know this is one near and dear to your heart. You will be there on the mic this year. What are you most excited about for Iron Horse this year?
Seeing the friends and family and community come together. This is a hometown race. You see everybody come from out of town, and you want to be a good host and welcome everybody in, and we just have a heck of a good time on this weekend.
And Ian, the other really cool thing about this, we have the train in the most unique RGT course that we will ever race on. So I am super excited to see this train out there. Ian, thanks for your guidance for the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. I know this is a classic race that we love having around in American bike racing, so couldn't think of a better guy to be leading the group. We're going to ask you to hang around and enjoy the race for us a little bit today, as we are just about ready to get rolling. So Ian, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys for being out.
All right, well, we are inside of just about 30 seconds to our race start as we take a look at the start line here. Lauren, this is pretty close to what Durango looks like. This is also one of the most beautiful courses that you'll ever race in the country, and I love what they've done with the RGT course here.
Totally agreed. Yeah, again, so we've had the crit courses, which have been super nice and a lot of fun to be a part of, and now we do a little extended road race here in Durango in the trees. And do we have the railroad today? This is the train. Yeah, there we go. Oh my God, this is so great. Oh man, these guys have done so much work in RGT. This platform is just great, and I just love watching this play out.
So let's talk real quickly about the railroad, because this is sort of the cornerstone of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. It's a narrow gauge railroad that runs from Durango to Silverton, and the big competition, I guess, is racing the train along that route. It goes all the way back to the very first Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, where it was actually a pair of brothers racing. One brother was on the train, one brother was on a bike, and he said, "I'll bet you I can beat you to Silverton." There was a bet for a candy bar that was settled when the cyclist beat the train to Silverton. So it is doable. Goes over 2 mountain passes, but I think there was also some added motivation, just wanting to beat your brother. I know how that goes.
Yeah, going over Coalbank Pass is pretty intense. I mean, the two passes you go over are between 10 and 11,000 feet. So it's no joke trying to beat the train. And for a candy bar, I don't know, Brad, I think I'd want a little more on the line than a candy bar.
Well, they've since upped the ante. I think they've been gradually growing the prize list of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic ever since. So group sticking together here early on, just waiting for that initial separation, but nice to see this field staying together.
Yeah, like I said, I wonder if we're just going to see a bit of different racing style today because of the sustained climbs. And again, Godby kind of letting off and showing one of her cards yesterday saying that her legs are a little tired. So yeah, today could be a bit more of a mix-up with Beast Mode stacking the top 10 right now.
And there's really a couple races that we're watching. You look at the race off the front, but also the race off the back as we look early on here for riders that may be having some early mechanicals. We saw this happen yesterday with Kevin Bouchard-Hall. Had a rough early start to his race. That ended up being a techno-mechanical, I guess, was the issue. And I'm wondering if that might be the problem for Larson here as well.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, plug her back in and call it a day. Maybe change over and do a different race.
Yeah, so you can see Larson registering 0 watts per kilogram. What probably happened here, there was a disconnect somewhere, whether it's the Wi-Fi or the Bluetooth or the power meter, whatever it is. In these modern times of technology, sometimes it's tough to keep everything all connected. So it does happen. That's part of bike racing, just like you get flat tires or drop a chain or have a misshift, something like that. We have technicals in virtual racing as well. Julia Scalao sitting on the front here. This has been the big name to watch in our pro women's field. Lauren, Jackie Godby finally met her match in the Echelon Racing League in the form of the big, powerful German up front here.
Yeah, she has, and she's talked about that in the last couple of interviews about how much she really appreciates it, just raising the bar for all of racing and for the two of them as well. It's good to have that competition. They know each other from different racing platforms, and to come over now and Echelon Racing League and a little bit different scenario, but still these two kind of rising to the front and to the top. It's good bike racing.
Starting to see things separate out a little bit here. See Miller, new addition to the Beast Mode Rose squad. She was a late sign-on to the start list. Late last night got news that they would be adding one more rider to their roster. So this Beast Mode Rose team has really come on strong here in 2021 for Season 2 of the Echelon Racing League. Saw some real potential in the racing here, and it's nice to have the talent and organization of that squad joining us here in Season 2.
Yeah, and looking at the overall standings, they're stacked in the top 10 right now. So just having this whole team here, hopefully throughout the season, they'll just continue to, what they're going to want to do is just move up that chain up to the number 1 spot and try and knock Godby out.
We see the train moving a little bit ahead, the steam engine off in the distance. These riders will gain some time back on the train because the train winds through the mountains. So do the riders, but the bikes tend to pick up a little bit more time on that ride. It really is an exceptional ride. If you've never done the ride from Durango to Silverton, highly encourage you to do it. And if you can do it during the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, they have the McDonald's Citizen Tour every year, the event that encompasses the spirit of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, the Citizens Tour, starting in downtown Durango. You start at the sound of the train whistle and race the Durango-Silverton narrow gauge railroad into Silverton. The 47-mile point-to-point tour consists of 2 mountain passes higher than 10,000 feet and ends in Silverton, Colorado at 9,318 feet above sea level. Push yourself against the train or your own memorable ride and quite the accomplishment. I know pretty much everyone that's done the McDonald's Citizen Tour at Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. I don't think anyone's ever regretted it. And then if you're a pro, you can do the Coca-Cola Road Race, the pure essence of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. The Coca-Cola Road Race, the event that started it all. 47 miles, point to point, Durango to Silverton, those 2 mountain passes over 10,000 feet, monster descents, legendary champions. And you can toe the line with some of the fastest racers around. You'll line up by race category, starting in Durango at 6,512 feet, and then finish up in Silverton again at 9,318 feet. A Colorado classic that you'll want to add to your list of achievements.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the race, it's held at the end of May, and everywhere else in the country, it's nice and sunny and warm, and typical summer days and nights. And then you get to Durango, and it has been known to be the Iron Horse has been known to be canceled because of snow. I was my very first year. I'm from Mississippi. I came out to do the event. We drove in, and yeah, I have not seen that much snow, with my own eyes in a long time, and I didn't really know what to expect. And then the next day we woke up, and guess what? The race was canceled because of snow. But that's only happened 2 or 3 times. But it's so cool to think that you get up there to Coal Bank at 10,000 feet, and there's snow up there, and it's cold. But when you start in Durango and you drop down into Silverton, it's warm again. It's a really cool experience.
So if it does snow, you should check out the Tailwind Ouray to Silverton race in tour, adding a new ride this year. Special edition to the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic race weekend, paying tribute to the 50th anniversary of this great weekend. This tour is not for the faint of heart. You're going to start at the hot springs in Ouray, Colorado at 7,700 feet, and then immediately up Mountain Pass route at just over 11,000 feet at 11,018 feet for a total gain of 3,226 feet in the Ouray to Silverton race. It may only be 24 miles, but that side of the $1 million highway is straight up and straight down. One of the more famous sections of road in Colorado, and it'll be completely closed for that ride. So don't miss your chance to make history in what is sure to become an iconic race. Nice to see that they're continuing to build at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic.
Yeah, Brad, last year they had a gravel event that I participated in. They have a mountain bike event that they would race through the brewery. Who doesn't love to be a fan, drinking a beer, and just watch the racers come directly through, right beside your chair?
Yeah, we saw some of those pictures during Ian's interview of riders popping the wheelie through the brewery.
Can you, as you do? I mean, if you're a good mountain biker, yeah, I'll stay on 2 wheels the entire time because I don't have the ability to do a wheelie. But yes, this year I've signed up from the Ouray to Silverton ride because I think that'd be something completely different and exciting. And yeah, only 23 miles, but those 23 miles are pretty brutal.
It starts at the hot springs, so you can, warm up in the Ouray hot springs. I am signed up for the e-bike tour to Silverton. The advent of e-bikes has made it possible for more people to join in on the fun of riding over mountain passes. It's the classic Citizens Tour souped up. You can hop on your e-bike and conquer that tour. It includes 2 mountain passes over 10,000 feet and enjoy the full-length tour from the comfort of your e-bike. So I'm glad that they're allowing e-bikes into the tour this year. That's where you can find me. Taking a look at Kristen Miller on our screen right now, the Beast Mode Rose Rider. She's made what is the first split of the day. Again, Miller, a late addition to that Beast Mode Rose squad, signing on to their roster for the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic today. This is so tough, Lauren, watching this group go away up the road. When you see a rider like Kim Miller go across the gap and get in there, we just saw Baker do it as well, but now's the time. You see Bronwyn McGregor back there in 9th position. There are a lot of riders starting to panic a little bit because they're starting to see the separation go. So it's now or never. You see McGregor go into the red zone. They're trying to make it across this gap, but if you miss this move, it's going to affect the rest of your day.
Yeah, and if I'm McGregor and those kind of drop back in the back, I'm a little bit nervous that we're going so hard this early, especially with the climbing coming up. And again, this just could be my sprinter brain, primal brain, just is like, wait, come on, you guys, let's just have a truce for a little bit longer, please. But no. Beast Mode has other plans.
That's me every race. Why is everyone riding so hard? What is going on?
Me too, till the finish line, and then I'm happy to go really hard.
You see McGregor staying in the red zone here. The power bar below her name, below the, or just floating above her avatar, her icon there, showing the power zone that she's in. She's in between the capacity and pain zones right now. So McGregor is doing everything that she can to try to go across this gap. This is great riding from McGregor right now. She knows what she has to do, and now just tapping on that gas gauge, hoping that the engine has enough RPMs to get her across the gap. So there's a look at the front of the field on the left-hand side of your screen, and then that group trying to go across the gap on the right-hand side, like last rider to make it across. So that's 5 up front right now, and if you made that selection, you're in good shape right now. Then you see the second group being led by Erin Ayala right now. Now, this is an interesting scenario because normally the group is racing for third, the group that Ayala is sort of the leader of, I guess, so far in the Echelon Racing League. So I'm curious to see how long these 5, well, these other 3, let's say, can hang with Scalau and Godby.
Good point. Yeah, and you know, Velocity Vixen back here, there's 3 of them. They're going to want to be represented up in that front group, so I would imagine they're probably going to stay on this. They gotta catch that front group. That's the race. Is up the road right now, so it's now or never.
Front group is relaxing a little bit. You see them back into the green and blue power zones as looks like they're happy with the situation now and going to back off the accelerator a little bit. So they caused the first split, and now we wait for what I'm sure will be another split of the day. Megan Easler also getting in there for the Echelon Racing team.
We saw her up at the front of the race a lot yesterday as well.
Yep. So 3 Beast Mode riders, 1 Triple X, and 1 Project Echelon. And then you see the Velocity Vixen team controlling on the bottom right side of your screen, the purple and orange jerseys. Another look at Erin Ayala here, who has given us a new camera angle every single time in the Echelon Racing League. I love it. She's really mixing it up. We also asked the riders today to show us their best holiday spirit in their pain caves. So you may notice some changes to the pain caves of the riders. You see Erin has her snowman. Looks like she's got some lights up, and I think there's some garland strung along the table there behind her as well. So nice to see Erin getting in the holiday spirit.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, Mr. Snowman, give me some tips. That's her cheerleader.
He's watching intently.
Yeah.
You see how intently Ayala watches the screen. She's trying to figure out that draft, trying to make sure that she's as efficient as possible. We talked about it a little bit at the end of the day yesterday, Lauren. It's not the rider that does the most watts in RGT that wins the race. And we look at the results every day. We also show the average watts per kilo of each of the top 10 riders. And it's not linear. It's not the rider that has the highest watt per kilo that ends up winning the bike race. A lot of times the winner, Jackie Godby, will have a lower average watts per kilo than most of the other riders in the race. And that just means that she was more efficient than anyone else out there.
Yeah, looking at yesterday's results at the very beginning of this morning broadcast, we were looking at Shalao did almost 5 watts per kilogram, and Godby did 4.3 or something like that. So it was almost a whole watt per kilogram more that Shalao did, which in a 40-kilometer criterium, that's a lot. So we'll see if that takes a little bit out of her today, or if, like Godby kind of again let off, that maybe she's a little tired going into today's race.
And Shalao only going to get better on the RGT platform. Most of her background is racing on the Zwift platform. Riders do report a pretty significant difference between the 2 platforms. When you come to RGT, it's much more realistic, much more like real-life racing. And so you really need to be on the ball and understand the drafting and things like that. And so I think Shalao is going to continue to get better as these races go on. Getting a look at Gabrielle Schulman's holiday pain cave here. Looks like she's got some friends joining her.
This is great. I love the lion. Oh, we got the nutcracker down in the bottom right-hand corner. We got the chicken over there sitting on the wheel.
I think the chicken is the bear with a beard. I guess that is the director sportif. And then I'm not sure what the nutcracker and lion are doing.
They're just fans, Brad. They're just fans.
Did you see, I don't know if you saw Jackie Godby yesterday on Instagram was showing us her fan setup. We were talking about her pain cave a little bit yesterday. She has a giant industrial fan down low. So that question answered. I don't know if she had to change it for the holiday pain cave, though. I'm not sure if they made any changes to Godby's setup. A little move out here for Shalao, taking a little look off the front.
Oh, yeah, we're getting on a 7% slope now, you know, just,
yeah.
And this is where Shalao, her weight versus her power output is going to be a little bit different than Godby, and I think this is probably where she's going to try and use that to her advantage.
And here's a look at Shalao's pain cave. This is the first look that we've gotten at Julia's pain cave here. She goes with the high fan up top. Looks like she's on a traditional road bike. We talked about Godby being on the time trial bike. Big gear for Shalao here as well. Now in the game, the trainers will respond to the in-game elevation changes. So you see they're on a 5.4% gradient right now. You see that in the upper right corner. It goes up to 9% right now of the screen in the bottom right of your screen. So as the road goes uphill, the trainer gets harder to push, and so it's a very realistic in that way. These smart trainers are really amazing. So Shalao out of the saddle, pushing up to the top of the big climb here. Remember, they're doing this 3 times today, 3 of these circuits, and they have just started on the big climb of the day. So I think looking forward this climb. If you keep getting beat by a rider in a sprint, Lauren, you're like, just wait until we get to the mountains, buddy.
Yeah, hopefully that's exactly what she's thinking. And if you look to her left, you can see a partner or a training buddy or somebody either getting some course recon or maybe giving out some encouragement. But she's definitely stoked to be on this now 7% climb. This is her terrain now.
This is a serious gap now for Godby, 50 meters up the road for Shalao, and this is not a tactical decision by Jackie Godby. So Shalao is definitely shining in the mountains today. Jackie Godby may have finally met her match here on day 4 of the Echelon Racing League.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, if you're Godby, you're hoping that Shalao's gone too hard too early. So Godby's going to keep on the gas and do her best to just maintain and stay within herself and her limits. Still 5 watts per kilogram for Godby. They're going pretty dang hard right now. Yes, but yeah, we'll see. If Shalao's got to take a chance. She's had 2 weeks of racing, 3 races, second place every race. You got to stretch it out a little bit and see if you can't take your chances on some of these longer climbs.
You see Jackie Godby at the bottom of your picture here on the left, and Julia Shalao at the top of your picture. Watching the difference in the way that they ride. Look how much power Shalao puts into each pedal stroke out of the saddle, and then Jackie Godby steady as ever down below.
It's a long day, Brad. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta, if you're Godby, you're you're praying that Shalao's gone too hard too early.
Gap continuing to grow for Shalao here. Looks like she's keeping it at a nice manageable power zone. Saw the yellow bar above her name. Godby matching that as well. I think this probably is smart riding by Godby, though. Don't go too hard too early. Still got 70K of racing to go. That's plenty of time for Godby to bring this one back. Shalao is doing a higher watts per kilo here pretty consistently. She's pushing an average 6 watts per kilo right now. Godby hovering around 4.5, 5. So we'll see if Shalao pays for that later on. But I would assume they both have a pretty good idea of what they can do. And Shalao obviously believes that she can keep this up for the rest of the day.
Right, and to do this effort again 3 more times after however many kilometers the rest of the lap is. And that's not to say that there's other climbs within the course. So there's a lot of racing up the road still.
You can also see in the upper right corner of the screen, that is the elevation profile of sort of the last and next kilometer of racing. So they're just about to hit the peak. We're following Jackie Godby right now. You see her icon followed by the other white dots on that screen, which are the other riders. They do finish on a climb. She's going to go through the line right here. You see the little checkered icon there. So this is a good preview of what the finish will look like. Lauren, an uphill sprint is much different than a flat sprint for Shalao and Godby. So Godby has been winning the flat sprints, but it's going to be a different race if this comes down to an uphill sprint.
Yeah, I would definitely put an uphill sprint in Shalao's corner for a win. You know, we've seen Aaron Ayala go from not even in the screen to blasting past everybody in these finishes, but a uphill sprint is a little bit different sprint finish. You know, you got to time it just right, and you want to wait until as late as possible because it hurts so bad. You don't have much speed. Also, you don't carry speed and can get on top of a gear.
So going a little further back, this is the race for 5th place. Easler is still stuck in the gap with Schumann in between 2nd and 5th. And then Rogers leading the group for 5th with Ayala, Nelson, McGregor, Baker, and Miller in this group.
Yeah, Brad, I think Easler was just out there in the front, just trying to hang on with that front group as long as she could. And now she's kind of, like you said, she's in no man's land. But, you know, maybe find a wheel to follow and settle in and get your legs back and, yeah, salvage a good ride for the day.
Yeah.
You never know unless you put yourself out there how long you can stay with that front group.
Never know until you try.
That's right.
Well, riders on their way up to Silverton, Colorado in the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, the finish town of that legendary stage. Silverton is the base camp for adventure, offering high alpine recreational opportunities. It's your base camp for lodging, shopping, and dining experiences in the heart of the San Juan Mountains. If you like to hike, bike, camp, fish, trail ride, 4x4 off-road, then Silverton, Colorado should be your next adventure. We're open all 4 seasons, and the mountains are calling. Come experience life at 9,318 feet with us in Silverton, where the road ends and the adventure begins. I love that.
They're also about to hold a fat bike, snow bike race coming up. I've seen Chad Cheney post about this. Chad Cheney does a lot of work with Durango Devo over in Durango, and I don't have a fat bike, but I would love to go over there and heckle those guys. I think it's a 10-hour race, Brad. I mean, could you imagine being in snow on a fat bike for 10 hours, like up at 9,000 feet? Like, Silverton's no joke.
Let me ask you this. Do you have a good cruiser? Do you have like a townie bike?
I have it does have pedals, but it also has a thumb throttle. That's my town bike, quote unquote town bike. It's a e-moto, I would almost say, but it does have pedals and it does have a chain, so I could pedal it if I wanted to, but I use the thumb throttle for 99% of my seat time on that thing.
Well, I was going to invite you to race the Cruiser Crit through downtown Durango, designed to celebrate everyone who wants to swing a leg over their townie and enjoy the positive atmosphere the race has to offer. Costumes are encouraged, and you can join the fun with family and friends as you roll through town on the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic weekend. Sounds like you might be more cut out for the e-bike quarter horse ride, though. Another opportunity to join the events of the weekend on your e-bike. Compete in the 25-mile race from Durango to Purgatory Resort. That ride stops just shy of the 2 large mountain passes in the main event, but you still pick up 2,300 feet of vertical gain along the scenic route through the Animas River Valley. Finish at Purgatory Resort and enjoy some food, drink, and entertainment. I'll be there with you. 25 miles on an e-bike, that sounds like more my pace.
Hey, anybody wants to let me borrow a commuter bike, or I'm down. Anything on 2 wheels, I want to try it. I just don't have the money or the space. But if I did, I would have one of everything. I love e-bikes. I think they are so important and get so many more people out on bikes. I want to ride anything, Brad. Let's go. Come on. Well, you want to ride a tandem? You and I? Come on.
I'm in. Sounds good.
Who's driving?
You.
perfect.
There's not a tandem-specific category yet, but I know there are a lot of tandems in the Cruiser Crit downtown. And costumes, of course. They had some pretty incredible costumes that I saw from the 2019 and 2020 events. So I think the only race we're not eligible for is the Sprite Kids race. I think we could get you a bike for everything else, but unfortunately you have aged out of that one. The Sprite Kids race allows kids in age categories from 2 to 10 to compete in a small downtown course. The number of laps is determined by the participant's age category. Every child is welcome. Fun and casual way to spark an interest in bike racing, and a great way to fuel an already burning passion in your little one at the Sprite Kids race.
Well, I'd definitely be on the sidelines of that and cheering on the kiddos because I think that's cool. More kids on bikes.
We need more kids races. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, watching Shalao and Godby on your screen. Now, this is first and second place on course. One of the few times that we have seen these two separate in the race. Yesterday, we watched these two lock in for the better part of the hour-long Gateway Cup. But Shalao had a different plan today, so it's nice to see this one unfolding a little differently here on week 2 of season 2 of the Echelon Racing League.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've seen Shalao definitely put Godby under pressure. The first time that we've probably ever seen Godby under any pressure and sitting second wheel. First time I've seen it. I don't know from last season, but it's again, this is good racing. It elevates everybody, and I want to see if Shalao can hold on to this lead.
Interesting to see Shalao going into the red zone there at 200 meters in front of Jackie Godby. Not sure what the motivation is other than just trying to keep that tempo up, obviously keeping the power high, but I did see Shalao just peak into the red zone there very briefly. Following Jackie Godby here, take a look at the upper left corner of the screen. That is a Godby's power profile. So you can see that it looks like Bitcoin over the last 2 years. Up, 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 up. I'm just hoping it doesn't crash like Bitcoin as well. So Godby has been consistently increasing her effort. I think trying to match Shalao, just trying to keep this at bay, trying to keep it as close to 200 meters as she can. But I think Godby might have underestimated Shalao a little bit today.
Well, and this is also a part of the course where it'll play into Godby's advantage. This downward slope, again, power to weight ratio comes into play. And if Shalao has the advantage on the uphill, then that means Godby definitely has the advantage on the downhills. So she'll try and use that as much as she can. And yeah, like we're saying, it's 300 watts, heart rate of 190. You know, this has got to be. I can see this just interesting just to see like that play out of like the different power to weight ratio and when you play to your advantage and how long you can do that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The ups and downs of this course are causing a pretty wide range of average watts per kilo. Yesterday we saw them pin it at like 4.6, and they would sit there for 5, 6, 7 minutes, barely changing power because they could on the flat course in the Gateway Cup. But with so many ups and downs, you really got to be on your game today. So that's why you're seeing the power change so much throughout the day. Godby bringing this back a little bit under 200 meters, bringing it down to 185. You can see the distance between the riders on the leaderboard on the left. But I have a feeling this stays like this for a good portion of this race. I think Jackie Godby just tries to keep Shalao at bay. Godby would love to get up onto the wheel of Shalao, but it may not be worth it to run the engine that hot for that long. If Godby has to redline to get up to the wheel of Shalao, it could negate all the benefits of getting into the draft because she might blow up if or when she gets there. So I'm wondering if Godby might be comfortable sitting back here and just riding on her own.
And then also the flip of the coin is, would Shalao sit up a little bit and let Godby come up to her? Because on these downhills, you know, Shalao's having to put out so much more effort to stay away from Godby. So, you know, knowing that the finish is on an uphill, you know, maybe if I was Shalao, I would sit up, and it's just 200 meters. That's not that far back, and let Godby catch me. And then I can sit on Godby. This is my thinking, and then attack her on the hills again. So, yeah, that's the flip side and playing devil's advocate of Shalao right now.
Godby is bringing it back. Gap down to 100 meters now. So she has cut that gap in half in the last minute or so of riding. And you see on this slight downhill section, just like you were talking about, for Godby on the way down. So Godby is picking up time on the way back off the top of the climb. Love the scenery off to the side. Lauren, how close is this to what it looks like riding from the Silverton?
God, you just read my mind. I was actually thinking where are the deer and the elk in the scenery, but this is so close. This is exactly what it looks like, minus, 60 of my friends, all riding together. Yeah, this is exactly what Durango looks like.
The RGT team did an amazing job designing this virtual world. It really is incredible. And the cool thing is this is now available to all riders on RGT. So you can come ride this route anytime you want. You can come do some training. If you're planning on going to the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, this is a great way to prepare for it, great way to train for it. If you're doing one of the rides or the race, it's an exceptional way to sort of practice. You don't have to go all the way to Durango just to get a look at the course. So if you want to test yourself against the Durango to Silverton train, you can do it right on RGT before you make the trip out to Durango. But you should make the trip in person. Durango is a place that you absolutely have to see. Located in the Four Corners region of southwestern Colorado, Durango is a perfect home base for adventure. Feel history come alive as you stroll through the streets of Durango's main avenue or take a breathtaking journey through the rugged San Juan Mountains aboard the Durango and Silverton narrow gauge railroad. Durango is also regarded as an outdoor enthusiast haven with easy access to mountain biking and hiking trails, ski resorts, the Animas River, which features gold medal fishing and whitewater rafting. For those looking for a spiritual adventure, the nearby cultural and historic sites include Mesa Verde National Park and Chimney Rock. After an outdoor escapade, enjoy a meal at one of Durango's award-winning restaurants, sampling everything from world-class steaks to casual food truck fare, crafted with locally grown and produced ingredients. With a diverse landscape, unique Western heritage, dynamic foodie scene, and unparalleled outdoor activities, Durango will always have something new to pique your adventurous spirit. Learn more at durango.org, or you can find Lauren Hall on Instagram or Twitter. She'll be happy to answer all your questions there. All right, the catch has been made here. Jackie Godby has made it back up to Julia Scalau. So we were wondering if Godby would wait to make the catch. Question answered, back together. And this is now a very, very familiar scene that we've seen in the Echelon Racing League here.
Yeah, exactly. Again, if I was Shalao, I would just sit on the Godby, and Godby's just kind of, like you said, she's riding and racing within herself and not really extending herself to stay on Shalao's wheel. Maybe she allowed that gap to happen on the climb, and then just now is just staying on the pedals, just like she has been up on the climb, and just within that the watts per kilo that she knows that she can hold for the next 60K. And she just happened to catch Shalao.
And then looks like there's a little bit of separation back here as well. Schumann and Easler locking into a battle here. Remember, these were the riders that were originally with that group of five. And now we're watching Megan Easler come back up to the wheel of Gabrielle Schumann here. Easler had been dropped. The American in what is now fourth position is about to make the catch on Schumann. You can see why. Schumann doing a relatively easy tempo ride now, and Easler into the VO2 max area of her power zone. So she's going to make it back up here. Now, once she gets up, you will see the draft. So Easler can sit on with Schumann here for a while, but eventually they need to work together. Just like in real life, Lauren, when you make a catch or you come up to the breakaway, you get a little bit of time to recover. Everyone knows that, you're not going to be at your best when you get into the breakaway, but eventually you need to start doing work. You need to start helping out. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamic here between Schumann and Easler.
Yeah, the fear I have for Easler is that she went out too hard too early with that front group and kind of got too far into the red zone and is now just limiting her losses, and Schumann might be kind of riding through her. We saw earlier Megan eating a banana, trying to kind of come back to life, getting some fuel back into the systems. But that would be my concern if I was Schumann, of keep Easler with me as long as I can for the aerodynamic advantage, but I hope that Easler's not going backwards. Hopefully she can recover and stay on this wheel for a bit and, you know, maybe get that second win for this longer race today.
All right, so Godby and Shalao, Schumann and Easler, the two battles we're watching here. Godby into the red zone here, putting a little effort into Shalao. And Shalao says, not so fast. All right, so as those two battle it out, this is the race for third place. Easler and Schumann today. Looks like they've struck a little deal here, locked in, pedal stroke for pedal stroke, watt for watt. And then another 450, 470 meters back from these two is Erin Ayala, who has now moved away from that group behind her. Remember, she was riding with Miller, Rogers, McGregor, and Nelson, but looks like she's dropped them, and by a pretty significant gap. Miller is now 750 meters back on Erin Ayala, so Ayala riding her way well into fifth place here.
Yeah, looking at Schumann and Easler earlier, and that they had joined forces, and then now you have Erin kind of in no man's land, and the hope that Erin's looking up the road and saying, okay, well, I definitely want to catch those two and try and work and cut at least for the next 60K. Let's work together. And you know, Erin is known for her third place finishes, so she's got to get back up to those two for sure to salvage that third place. I mean, it's historical for her. She's got to get up there.
And then here's the group behind them, the race for sixth place, being led by Miller here, doing about 2.5 watt per kilo average. You see Ayala hovering between 3.5 and 4. And then Easler and Schumann, you can see Easler in fourth position is doing significantly less work than Schumann sitting in the draft. And same story here with Miller on the front hovering around 3. The riders behind her get to enjoy a lower watt per kilo because they're sitting in the draft of Miller here. Back up to Godby. And even here, you see Godby in the green power zone, Shalao one zone below that. Godby doing 4.2 watts per kilo, Shalao at about 4 watts per kilo. So it's about 0.2 watts per kilo, the advantage of drafting off that rider in front of you. It'll be interesting to see if these two get into it about, who's going to lead, who's going to be that front rider. Lauren, I'm sure you've been in these breakaways where you are begging the other rider to do some work, begging the other rider to get to the front, and they just will not pull through. Or maybe that rider was you. I'm not sure what your role was in the breakaway.
Thanks for calling me out on that one. You're right, honestly. I'll tell you one example I have that still is seared in my brain is Tour of Britain, and I end up in a break with two of the world-class time trialists. And I can't remember if it was like Ellen Van Dyke and Lisa Klein, and then there was me. I'm a sprinter, and we stayed out for like 50K, and I just prayed to get caught by the bunch, and we got caught at 10K to go, and I was thinking to myself, really, now you're going to catch us? And I went. It was so bad. I mean, I did my part. I did my work as much as I could, and just honestly, I just dug myself so deep that when the peloton called us, within 10K of the finish line, I went from off the front, through the peloton, out the back, through the cars, through the caravan, through the Swannies coming through. Like, I was dead. So being out here and extending yourself in the break is extremely hard work. Never forget those memories. I'm still scarred.
Special place for the sprinters, on those climbing and mountain days. Back to 11th, 12th, and 13th. Carolus, Morb, and Nelson riding together. They found a nice little group forming here. So a pair of German riders The beast mode Rosen and Nelson the American tacked onto the back. They're going to go 3 up here as well.
These days when you're back here, the 3 of you, you kind of form an alliance and you have this camaraderie of, hey, it's going to be a long day for us. We should probably stick together and work together to make the most of the next 60 kilometers. And that's how a lot of friendships start, actually, in the peloton.
A lot of time spent together.
Yeah, exactly. You may not talk a whole bunch, but there's just this eye contact and this connection that you make riding. The only thing, going back to your description of Echelon Racing League and how great these graphics are, the only thing missing is the smell of pine trees. So will that be in the edition 2.0?
Yeah, I think they're working on that technology right now. It's a hardware issue. The trainers don't have the technology yet. The software's there. The back end's all written. It's ready to go. They're just waiting for everyone to get their smell-enabled trainers.
Gotcha.
Well, I love this shot, being able to see the real life and virtual riding of the 2 riders here. Shalao spends a lot of time out of the saddle, Lauren. I know this is personal preference. Jackie Godby comes from a triathlon background. She's more comfortable in the saddle on that time trial bike, but Shalao looks like a climber through and through the way that she rides.
Agreed. Yeah, the amount of time, like you're talking about, standing up, but that also helps with blood flow to your legs on the trainer. So, some people like Godby are totally fine and comfortable just sitting the entire race, where we're looking at Shalao and not so much, and she wants to mix it up a little bit. Just different racing, different riding styles as we all have.
Today's race brought to you by Alpine Bank. Since they opened their doors on Main Avenue in 2005, Alpine Bank Durango has been a partner in pedaling with the Iron Horse Bike Classic. Alpine Bank member FDIC is an all-in for celebrating a half-century of cycling in the San Juans in 2022, with branches across the western slope to the Front Range and a Fort Collins branch opening in 2022. Alpine Bank is as unique as Colorado in the person who calls it home. We also want to give a shout out to our partner, Durango Coca-Cola, third-generation local family-owned business in the Durango community for over 100 years. A long-standing partner of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, Durango Coke sponsors the competitive Coca-Cola Road Race to Silverton. If you've had a Coca-Cola product in Durango, you've helped support many organizations, including the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. So if you're a competitive racer, you can register for the Durango Coca-Cola Road Race at ironhorsebicleclassic.com. No better feeling in the world, Lauren, than a cold Coca-Cola after a hard day of racing.
No doubt. I mean, there's nothing that's going to beat that. And a lot of the employees that work for Coca-Cola over in Durango are also avid cyclists. I see them a lot on the Sunday church ride, as we like to call it.
Nice.
Nice community pace, a lot of camaraderie that you get to catch up with all your friends on a Sunday afternoon. Even they were just riding yesterday, Brad. It was 26 degrees here. I'm glad I'm here announcing because I had an excuse to not go ride my bike in 26 degrees. But the Durango crew is quite tough and resilient when it comes to riding bikes outside year round.
All right, back through start-finish line for Godby and Shalao as they work their way back out towards the big climb of the day. Looks like Shalao
It'll be interesting. Yeah, sorry, Brad. It'll be interesting to see if Shalao kind of goes hard again on this climb, or if, again, sometimes when you have laps like this and you know where the finish line is, you'll kind of test your competitor and test yourself on going through the start finish just to figure out how you want to position yourself, how hard you want to go, how far you can exert yourself. So I'm curious to see if Shalao goes hard again on the climb, or if got a friendly fan there with her puppy dog, or if she's going to sit in and just ride with Godby to the top.
You see the average watt per kilo starting to lower a little bit here as well, as they drop down to somewhere between 3 and 4 watts per kilo. Remember, they're doing 5, 6, 7 watts per kilo earlier, so starting to slow up a little bit on the front. I think Shalao was going to try and drop Godby early on. I think that was her plan. Let's try and mix it up. Let's try and take the fight to Jackie Godby this time, but could not shake Godby. So here they are back together.
Easler and Schumann still working well together, and then you kind of got Ayala still. She's catching that group. She's so close to them now. I imagine she'll make connection here real fast, and that'll help Easler and Schumann a bit to have that third person. And Ayala is a strong rider to be able to bridge across and kind of ride in no man's land for this long. That's a testament to her strength.
Ayala slowly working her way back up into the position that she now owns in this race, third spot, and there she goes. Just like in the sprint, Ayala comes out of nowhere and gets to the front.
Yeah, exactly. She'll want to, if she was driving a pace and she's comfortable, the hard thing, I imagine, in the virtual racing league is to kind of sit up and to kind of then match their pace. You want to get into a rhythm and just stay at this steady pace. So yeah, she may even raise the bar for Easler and Schumann to say, let's pick it up just a little bit. And now that they have that third person, it's a little bit more of a draft also.
Ayala staying fueled as she works her way back up into this group. So hard to do to come across the gap on these virtual platforms. Riding by yourself is really, really hard because the draft advantage is maybe a little higher on really any of the racing platforms. So to go solo across a gap like Erin Ayala just did, really, really impressive ride.
Exactly, yeah. And I don't know, she may come from a triathlon background also. I'm not quite sure. But you know what we don't see in her camera view that we saw, what was that, 2 weeks ago, was her cliff shots. I wonder if, well, there she goes eating something. So just as we speak.
Perfect timing.
She must be listening.
All right, well, as Ayala has made it up, we're going to take a quick break here in the Echelon Racing League, get some commercials taken care of. But first, we leave you with some photos from the very first Iron Horse Bicycle Classic back in 1972, including our first men's winner, our first women's winner. Great history at this race as they celebrate 50 years in 2022. Welcome back. Taking a look at our two leaders on the front as we celebrate 50 years here at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Before we went to break, we saw some pictures of the very first edition, including the 1972 winner, Mary Lee Adkins, first women's winner of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Can you imagine telling Mary Lee in 1972 that 50 years from now they would be racing this on a thing called the internet in front of a thing called computers, and it would be a girl in Germany and one riding in Riverside, California, racing together at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. My, how far we've come.
It's pretty amazing, actually. I think she would be astonished at that.
Got to be letting a little gap open up there, but has closed it back to Shalau as those two go back to work. I want to take this time to say thank you to McDonald's. With the McDonald's app, you're just a few taps away from crispy, golden, and delicious fries. A scroll from refreshment bliss, a mere click away, stands between you and a tasty treat. Get the McDonald's app with mobile order and pay, and stay connected to all your favorites, and don't miss out on app-only deals. McDonald's, I'm loving it. At participating McDonald's, McD app download and registration required.
You
God,
want to talk about finishing a race and having a Coke? What about some McDonald's French fries and a Frosty?
Nothing better. Nothing better.
Look, all this food that we're talking about. I'm gonna have to go get on the trainer or something and participate, or else I'm worried about my status.
You can ride up to Purgatory. I hear they got some pretty good food up there at Purgatory Resort, north of downtown Durango. That is the finish line of Iron Horse's quarter horse race, where riders enjoy a peaceful pedal through the Animas River Valley before ascending into the heart of the majestic San Juan Mountains, tackling 25 miles of pavement and just over 2,300 feet of vertical climbing before finishing among food, fun, and festivities in the Village Plaza. Costumes are encouraged for this ride to celebrate the spirit of the fun event, and e-bikers like Lauren and I will rejoice with the addition of the e-bike quarter horse. For easy access after the event, you can stay at Purgatory Resort and enjoy convenient accommodations like the outdoor heated pool, relaxing hot tubs, and more. Book online today at purgatory.ski.
That sounds good to me. I'm definitely going to be there. I was there for Collegiate Mountain Bike Nationals this year, and that was one of our first snowstorms, and USA Cycling Events coordinator definitely had to change up the course a bit, and they were out there thawing the start-finish line. It was quite the scene, and the kids loved it. We had the college kids, of course, ended up having snowball fights, but yeah, it was a lot of fun to be up there at Purgatory, and it's a good spot. And even in the summertime, they set up a ropes course and bouncy house for the kids, and maybe some adults named Lauren that like to participate in those kind of things. And they have the mountain slide. So it's a year-round great place to go and relax, and good beverages, and the outdoor pool sounds perfect for me. That's where I'll be, Brad, post-race with my McDonald's French fries and Frosty.
Yeah. Perfect recovery. Can't beat it. Looks like a little gap opening here in this group. Sorry, 6, 7, and 8 here have now dropped Bronwyn McGregor into 9th. So Nelson, Rogers, and Baker going to ride together. Looks like McGregor and Miller may link up behind them. So the situation's still changing out on the road, Lauren. We're still seeing these groups shuffling and reshuffling. Remember, we saw Aaron Ayala make it up to that group. We saw Jackie Godby catch up to Julia Shalau earlier. So just because the separation is here early doesn't mean it's going to end like that. They've still got 51.5K of racing to go. So plenty of time for riders to traverse through the various groups on the road.
Right. Today is such a different race than we've had the last 3 races. So yeah, a lot can change. The mentality changes. The stress factor on your body changes. So it's a bit of a shock factor to the athletes that may not be mentally ready for the 60-kilometer race today versus the 40-kilometer criteriums that we've been having. So yeah, this can totally shake up by the end of this race that we haven't seen historically in the last 2 weeks.
And now as they hit just a tiny bump in the road, a little climb. I call it a tiny bump in the road, even though it's a 3% gradient. But compared to the climb on the far side of this loop today, this is a relatively easy section of the course, let's say. I love that they have so many options for the routes at Iron Horse. If you don't like climbing, if you don't want to go over the two 10,000-foot passes, you don't have to. They got an option for everybody. You can ride your e-bike, you can ride your regular bike, you can do the full ride, you can do the quarter horse up to Purgatory. Plenty of options. I know you're going to be doing the gravel race, right? La Strada La Plata, one of the newest racing phenomenon to sweep the nation with gravel riding. You test yourself on La Plata County's gravel roads for La Strada La Plata gravel ride. This is not a race, but a ride where you can experience all that the county has to offer. They're a 40 or 60-mile course. You can push yourself on a mix of paved and gravel roads. It's a great way there to find a new passion within our sport or explore one you've already enjoyed on mixed terrain. You know, a lot of people getting into gravel racing these days, so good opportunity to use that brand new gravel bike you got in the garage.
How'd you know? Yeah, you know what that is. So what's so great about the weekend? Whatever bike you bring, you can ride it, race it, pin a number, mountain, gravel, road, cruiser. You know, the kids' bikes, whatever you want to do. I mean, I don't even know what other bicycle would there be. Do you have a Penny Farley? You got? I mean, we got one of those races.
Well, we saw a rider on the unicycle earlier. Yep, doing one of the routes. And yeah, you talked about the Subaru mountain bike race. It wouldn't be a bike race weekend in Durango, Colorado, the home of mountain biking, without a mountain bike race. You can enjoy some of Durango's newest trails on Ewing Mesa, mountain bike race that attracts local and national riders, including some local Olympians with national caliber racers from all over. Your race category will determine how many laps of the fun and challenging course you're going to complete. Spectator-friendly environment provides the ultimate atmosphere to finish your Iron Horse Bicycle Classic weekend. That's the Subaru mountain bike race for the thickest of the tires.
That's the coolest thing, Brad, about being in Durango is you can show up to any of these events for the Iron Horse and you're probably going to see an Olympian or a Hall of Famer or a world champion, and they're the nicest people. They love to talk about bike racing. Ned Overend was one of the first guys I met when I moved out here. He was dropping me on a climb, and I didn't know who this guy was on this cyclocross bike with cantilever brakes and knobby tires, and I'm on my road bike. And he was just the nicest guy, and he loves the sport. He's been in it forever. And yeah, it's such a gift to have these type of athletes right here in the heart of Durango.
Meanwhile, a little action out on course. Godby letting a small gap open up to Shalao up the road. It's only about 30 meters right now, but Shalao really hit it hard at the bottom of the climb. You can see the elevation profile there. They have just started the climb for the second time of the day here. They're doing it 3 times. So Shalao back out of the saddle here. Huge gear, slow cadence compared to Jackie Godby. As you said, spinning to win. Spin it to win it in the saddle.
Yeah, this may be Shalao's day. You know, like we said, if she can stay away on this climb like she did the first lap, and here she is on the second lap, creating that space, that distance from Godby, the third lap, if this is where the finish is, up at the top of the climb, this is Shalao's day, and it's her race to lose, essentially.
I love this shot. It really illustrates the two different riding styles of these two riders. And looks like Shalao maybe a little more efficient on the climb, but again, this is really just comes down to personal preference. But pretty significant difference in the way that these two riders approach the climb.
Yeah, Brad, do you think that Godby has an ace in her sleeve coming the last lap? Is she holding anything back on this climb on purpose, waiting for the finishing lap?
That is most definitely within the MO of the way that Jackie Godby races. I mean, she's a very smart racer. She really understands her body well. She understands what she can and can't do. And so I think she's also really good at knowing when not to go, which is equally as important as knowing when to go, because otherwise you're going to blow yourself up. The worst case scenario for Jackie Godby is that she goes so hard that she blows up and then, can't even stay with Shalao, maybe even gets caught by that third place group. If she goes too deep, someone like Isler or Schumann may be able to come up to her. So I think Godby is just trying to maybe just protect what she can right now. So go back to Shalao. We have brought out the helicopter for the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic race. We're waiting on supply chain issues for some new parts for our virtual helicopter, but it is back operational. So nice to have the aerial view of Shalao here. We brought out all the stops for Iron Horse.
Don't hold anything back. This is great. I wasn't sure if that was a drone.
No. We do full helicopters here on RGT. You can tell because there's a helicopter sound effect to go with it. That's how you know it's a helicopter.
I got it. It doesn't sound like a bee, so it's definitely not a drone.
Exactly. Shalao up to 150 meters ahead of Jackie Godby here. This one's starting to play out very similar to the way it did the first time up the climb. I mean, this played out almost the exact same way. Shalao goes almost 200 meters ahead, and then Godby tacks it back on the way back down.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You took the words out of my mouth, and I wonder, like I said, if Godby's just not managing that gap a bit. So we'll see if, or again, will Godby catch Shalao on that downhill that's a little bit more advantageous to Godby's power to weight ratio. What another point I wanted to talk about is that Godby in her interview knows how to go lights out deep. That's what she said. She just no blood flowed to her brain. She just goes and closes her eyes and waits for the virtual power meter to stop and the resistance to let off, and she knows she's finished the race. That is impressive.
Yeah, there's just as much a mental element to virtual racing as there is the physical element. You can have best legs in the world, but if you don't know how to unlock that power, if you can't push through the pain to do that, well, you're not going to be a very good bike racer. But Jackie Godby obviously has that ability and uses it to her full advantage when she needs to. Godby had a great year in 2021. She made the Esports World Championship team for the United States, dominated in the Echelon Racing League, had some great rides over on Zwift as well, but we are certainly seeing the overall talent pool starting to rise in virtual racing. So it's nice to see this discipline of racing continue to grow as we start to see new riders. A rider like Julia Shalao is entirely focused on virtual racing. Jackie Godby, we talked about her background from in real life triathlon riding to doing some in-person bike races, but Shalao is a virtual racer through and through. This is her specialty. This is how she got into the sport. This is how she started riding. So the first generation of virtual specific bike riders is already here. Well, I don't know if anyone expected to see this much separation early on. I think certainly I thought it would come down to that last climb. Doing 3 of the big climbs on the day, I thought they would stick together until the final time up the climb. But remember, the finish line comes on the other side of that, so they still have to get through the descent after they go up and over the climb. Shalao is going to need a little bit of time. If she wants to try and stay away from Jackie Godby, she's going to need to go up and over that climb the last time with at least 300 meters, because Godby brought back 200 meters last time. So if Shalao wants to try to stay away on the final lap, she's going to need to put in a serious dig going up the climb.
Whoa. 193 heart rate. Wow. Yeah, that shows you that Shalao was definitely giving her over that climb. Holy cow. And then to see Godby standing up, which is a pretty rare feat, we've seen in the past, they are definitely racing hard right now.
Looks like Shalal might be
you see-
relaxing a little bit now on the way down.
If you see my heart rate get to 193, call somebody.
Shalal wiping some sweat off as well. Big part of virtual racing is the sweat and cooling management. You see Godby doing the same thing on the way down. It's cool to see how they can enjoy the downhill in virtual racing, just like in real life. They do get to relax a little bit on the way down.
A bit more separation over the top than the first lap. Half a K.
Biggest gap of the day between Shalal and Godby, up to 520 meters back right now. So if this keeps going the way that it is, Godby might be in trouble.
Yeah, but again, on this downslope, look at Godby must just be taking a minute. She was at 2 watts per kilo back there. Shalal staying up around 4.5. So Shalal's definitely keeping the pressure on, but Godby is gonna make some time back. And again, what we've seen, if I'm Shalal, I'm going to sit up and wait for Godby. I'm going to risk Godby trying to attack me on the flats, knowing that I can get a pretty significant separation on the climb. So these are the games you play, the chess match that you play, and the risks you take to I would be taking anyway if that was me out there.
We'll keep an eye on that gap. 500 meters is the magic number right now between Godby and Shalal. One of the few times we see Jackie Godby relax on the trainer. A few times she breaks focus on that screen. But not much you can do right now on the way back down. Still got 41.6K of racing to go here for Godby. And already that gap has come under 500 meters. Remember, she made up 200 on the way down last time. So we'll see if she gets this back down under maybe 300 meters for the gap. Back to third place, Gabrielle Schumann tapping out a consistent 4.9 watts per kilo for the Beast Mode Rose team. Gapped Megan Easler off a little bit on the way up to the top of the climb. And they're almost there. Got about another half kilometer before they hit the top of the summit here.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes ago, all three of them were still together. So to see this separation open up so much, I'm imagine Schumann's probably kept the pressure on and wanting to stack that podium with the Beast Mode team for sure. The Nutcracker and the lion and the chicken are just my favorites.
I love that they're all facing the camera. That's my favorite part. That she very clearly set this up for us on her call, so we appreciate it, Gabriella.
It's not about us. That's what she's saying. It's not about me. It's about the fans.
Back to Megan Easler in fourth position, trying to close down that gap. Remember, Easler came across the gap already. She rode up to Schumann. She was riding in the Ayala McGregor-Rogers group, but Easler had a strong effort for Project Echelon to get there, and this is why. Look at this effort out of the saddle. Megan Easler is giving it a go here.
Yeah, she doesn't want to lose that wheel for sure, especially going on this downhill. Come on, Megan, you got this.
And she's starting to hurt. You can see the pain in her face. Grabbing some water while she can. Man, virtual racing is tough.
No doubt. I mean, in real life, you just want to tell her to tuck down and get low, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make a difference now. She just wants to stay on top of the pedals.
And there's such a mental element to riding as well. I mean, anyone who's ever had to, push themselves into that red zone knows that it's just as much about what's going on up top as it is about what's going on in your legs. So he's really doing a nice job of pushing herself into a deep, dark place right now to try to get across this gap back up to Schumann.
Also, to know that you have a Zoom call on you.
Totally.
Like, I think I would definitely pull an Ayala or a Schumann of don't look at me, look at my bears, or look at something else. Because the pain face, Megan's got a good poker face. Like, she doesn't even look like she's hurting. But, in reality, it's usually a pretty distorted face when you're really trying to go hard. Yeah, these three are just all in ones and twos, just in no man's land, every one of them. Huh. This looks like Aaron decided to, okay, so in the Avatar world, are you going at such a speed that it is advantageous to not pedal?
There is a maximum speed that you'll be able to do on the downhill. So yeah, just like in real life, if you would be spinning out your biggest gear on the way down, then the Avatar will go into that super tuck, and you are better off just letting the bike roll downhill. Another chew, another drink, a little caffeine, some calories, maybe a little sugar in there.
Doing almost 60K an hour. I would think that would definitely demand the tuck.
Back to Shalau on the flats. Actually, a little downhill section here, a 1.5% downhill slope at 38K to go.
Godby slowly reeling it back in a bit.
Yep. Remember, we said she would bring back 200 on that descent. She was at 500, so she's brought back 250 meters so far. And still about a kilometer of descending to go, so we'll see if Godby gets back up there. I'm wondering if part of this is a strategy. I was thinking that maybe Shalau was letting off on the downhill, but look at the watts per kilo right now. Godby's only doing 4.5. Shalau holding at 5.5, 6, 7. So Godby really using the physics to her advantage on the way down. Again, not the strongest rider that wins the bike race. It's the smartest rider sometimes.
That's right. But you'll also see on the uphill that Shalau would probably be doing a little bit less than Godby. Again, so just trying to play to your advantage this entire course. And did you say only 4 watts per kilo?
Well, comparatively speaking, for these riders, it is only 4 watts per kilo for a rider like Jackie Godby or Julia Shalau.
When you come out to the Iron Horse and we're riding side by side on our cruiser bikes, and we're an hour 15 in, I'll tell you, this is only 4 watts per kilo, Brad.
Exactly. As you're dropping me on the way up the first 10,000-foot climb.
It's no problem.
I'll be doing 3.9 watts per kilo. That's why I won't be able to keep up.
I'll have my Coke in hand for you when you get to Purgatory.
Yep. No, I'm doing the e-bike tour to Silverton. That's my ride. The advent of e-bikes has made it possible for more people to join in on the fun of riding over mountain passes, and the classic Citizens Tour gets souped up so you can hop on your e-bike and conquer the tour that includes 2 mountain passes over 10,000 feet. Enjoy the full-length tour from the comfort of your e-bike with the e-bike tour to Silverton. Godby now down to 160 meters. She's got Shalau in sight on her screen. So just like clockwork, Jackie Godby brings this one back as they approach the bottom of the descent.
She is such a savvy bike racer.
I know.
Does she ever lose her control. Yeah, I mean, she just knows how to monitor her efforts so well.
Godby is also a prepared rider. I mean, she's one of those riders that really makes sure she checks all the boxes. It's no coincidence that Godby has minimal problems, minimal mechanicals. You know, some riders tend to have more bad luck than others, but then you find out that they're also the riders that don't wash their bikes and don't check their tire pressure before the ride, and you know, maybe don't just do those extra little things that can make the difference when it comes to racing. So Godby is always well prepared. She recons the course. A lot of times we see her racing in the community league races the week before. She just wants to preview the course, wants to get a look at how the course races, the way that it plays out. So Godby puts in the work for these performances. It's not just showing up on Saturday and Sunday and racing. There's work that goes in the week before the prep. You have to recon the course, make sure your bike is good to go, make sure your setup is good to go, and make sure your body is good to go as well. To turn in consistent performances week after week for Jackie Godby is just really incredible, especially considering her professional life, getting her PhD in radiology. She has been just finished a move, got married, so a lot going on for Jackie Godby.
Yeah, and all those things you're describing is why she represents USA at Worlds e-racing, and why she's one of the best e-racers out there.
She's doing her residency in radiology right now out in Riverside, California, close to Redlands, where done a lot of bike racing as well. But originally out of the Chicago area, that's why she rides with that XXX Racing team here on RGT, one of the larger clubs out in Chicago.
Brad, yes, just making the catch to Shalao now. Wow. Steady Eddie, wow, that's impressive. And
Just
if I'm Shalao, I'm not worried. This is okay. This is fine. I mean, it was kind of expected. It's what happened last lap. Maybe she wanted to extend out her and put Godby under a bit more pressure this lap, but you know, I think Shalao has the advantage on the uphill, and having that confidence of leading and separating from Godby the last two laps. I'm thinking that Shalao should definitely keep that in the back of her mind, knowing going into this climb and going into the finishing lap.
Locked in on the 1.3% gradient here. One thing I'm not sure about in the game is the equipment choice. I see Shalao has a deeper wheel than Jackie Godby, running the shallow wheel set. I'm not sure if that affects the drafting or not. I'm not sure if the equipment choices would affect the riding.
Right, or weight per weight of your bike going up the climb as well.
Yeah. What type of wheels would you ride in real life for a ride like this? I mean, is this a deep section ride? Do you do shallow wheels because of the climbing? Like, what would your choice be for the Iron Horse Classic?
I would want the shallowest wheel I could find, because that means it's the lightest wheel, because I need all the help I can get going up the climbs. And what I'll lose on the descent, I make up for in skills. And it's worth it to me to sacrifice a bit of aerodynamics for weight, for sure. Personally.
You see these two have opened up just under 4K back to Schumann. Godby and Shalao continue to push each other. I think that's lifting the overall tempo up at the front of this race. Go back and check on Gabrielle Schumann here all alone. That's another of why the two leaders have been able to open up so much time over Schumann, because Schumann now riding alone. She has had some on and off company with Megan Easler, but now back by herself. There's no draft here for Schumann to take. So the two riders at the front can work together, and obviously their overall speed is going to be higher than a solo rider out there. She's alone
Yeah,
on the road.
Schumann.
She's not alone in the pain cave.
Right. No, she's got Chicken Little over there watching out for her. Yeah, but Schumann and Isler and Ayala, yeah, they kind of fell apart, which honestly, I kind of expected that. Again, early on, Isler trying to stay in that front group. Ayala missed the split. Schumann missed the split. So that work that they had to do early on is now costing them any working together and staying together, unfortunately.
Back to Aaron Ayala. Looks like the window's open. Letting a little fresh air in, a little cool air. Get a little airflow going as well.
Got Mr. Snowman watching the race intently.
Ayala's in a tough spot too, all alone, out on the road. You always want to ride with at least one other rider, so I'm sure she starts to think, well, how far back is it to the next rider? Maybe I'll just wait up for the next rider, but I think Ayala's going to stay on the gas here in fifth position.
Yeah, this is when you just start counting down the kilometers. And, you know, she can see Isler right up the road. You know, and that carrot is always a little bit nice to have, too. Just, you're so close. If you just make connection, misery loves company.
Back to Nelson, Rogers, McGregor, 6, 7, and 8. Sounds like the start of a joke. An Aussie, an American, and a Canadian ride into Silverton. Almost perfectly matched here between Godby and Shalao. So I think this race is going to be decided on the climb, Lauren. Again, we did see some riders conquer this race last week in the Community League. We had some of our elite women and elite men racing there, really just to get a preview of the course. We race the Community League events the week before the pro races every week. Anybody can race in the Echelon Racing League Community Series. You can register at echelonracingleague.com. You don't have to do the whole series. If you want to just jump in for a few races, we encourage you to do that. It is free to enter, and RGT is free to race on in the Echelon Racing League. So check out echelonracingleague.com and get your into the next Community League event. Coming up, Tour of the Gila, January 2nd. We're going to be doing 3 days of racing there. That is another classic American course. So really looking forward to heading out to virtual Silver City for our next community event.
As a sprinter, I enjoy the fact of saying that I love Tour of the Gila. I really do. I don't know if it's the town or the roads or I don't know. I just really love that race.
Well, it's not for the climbing. There is plenty of uphill.
No, it's not.
Going up right over the Mogollon out there. But yeah, Silver City is a very cool town.
Always knew on the last day, the Gila Monster, all I had to do was get my climber to the base of the climb, and then my job was done. And I, as a sprinter, got to sit up and enjoy the 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers going into that finish. Is absolutely gorgeous in Silver City.
We're going to go to some pretty incredible places in bike racing, including Durango and Silverton here. Schumann back
It'll
in
be
third at 4 watts per kilo here. What are you looking at, Lauren?
Yeah, I was just going to say it'd be interesting to see if Easler and Ayala connect and can come back to Schumann. Two is greater than 1 and more efficient. So I'm just curious what Easler has left in her legs and heart and soul. She's had quite the day today.
Yeah, Easler's been all over this course. Back in the 5th, 6th, 7th place group, now riding up into 4th place alone. And she's only 430 meters off the rear wheel of Gabrielle Schumann here. So Easler's still not out of this one. She can make that gap up. Erin Ayala is about to catch Easler, though, here. So Ayala going to get on the wheel, and I would guess these two can work together to get up to Schumann. So if these two can cooperate, 400 meters is absolutely doable for Easler and Ayala. Erin Ayala may still yet pull out another 3rd-place finish here.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, and I don't want to put it past her at all. So, yeah, if they can all reconnect before the base of the climb, that would be a heck of a lot of motivation for Ayala to dig deep and try and get that 3rd spot going up and over the climb into the finish.
Looks like a Snickers for Easler here.
Whatever it takes, Brad.
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, when you burn the number of calories that these riders are burning on the trainer, you can literally put anything into that, the incinerator that is your body in these conditions. So whatever fuel you can get.
Yep.
And you saw they just went under that 1K marker, so a little preview of what the run into the finish is like. It's far enough from the bottom of the descent to get to the line that I don't think Shalau is going to be able to win off that descent. She's going to need a lot of time getting to the bottom of the descent. Godby has shown that she's not only able to make up time on the way down, but I think Godby is just as good on the flats as well. So I would not be surprised to see Godby able to shut that down. If Shalau wants to beat Godby not in a sprint, she's going to need like 600 meters by the time they get to that bottom of the climb, the final time, but she hasn't been able to even get 100. Godby has caught her by the time they got to the bottom the first 2 times, and they've only got one more time down the descent.
Okay, there you go. You're calling it right there. You're calling for Godby to win. I want to put my money on Shalau. I think she just has such a shot today. This is one of her best opportunities, besides like Tour of the Gila. This will be the first time we can really see her showcase that climbing separation from Godby.
Side by side, right down the middle of the road here. Looks like Ayala and Easler matching up as well. Back to Schumann in 3rd position. She has increased her gap back to the Ayala-Easler group a little bit, about 570 meters up the road right now. Looks like both riders pretty steady on the top of their bikes, locked in. Seen some riders with the floating boards underneath them, but I think both these riders are on pretty stiff trainers here.
Yeah, I was just thinking when Schumann is continuing to open this gap a little bit, I was just wondering if, Ayala or Easler are kind of thinking to themselves, will one or the other do the work for the group? But, both can't let their guard down and should definitely go ahead and do their best to get back to Schumann as soon as possible, to salvage a third place if that's going to happen. Or, you know, you never know. Schumann being out there by herself this long now, you know, there's potential for her to kind of blow up a bit, and where Megan and Aaron have a chance to bring her back and, you know, counterattack that effort that Schumann's been putting out there this whole lap, essentially.
Easler back out of the saddle here. This can get really tough to try to hold the wheel. Just like in real life, Lauren, there's an art to drafting. There's an art to being able to hold a steady power, and it's a learned skill. New bike racers or new bike riders have real trouble regulating the power to say, go out and just hold it at 3 watts per kilo or 4 watts per kilo, whatever. It's actually really hard to do, especially when you're trying to watch a rider in front of you and maintain that power. So a lot of riders focus on that smooth, steady power profile that they're looking for, and looks like Easler has really figured that out.
Yeah, especially in the virtual world, Brad, is if you take your hands off the bar or use your towel to you know, take a drink of water or eat something, just that small second of lack of concentration, it like you said, it opens up a gap. You're like, well, hang on, wait a minute, I was just trying to wipe my face of sweat. So the virtual world, you definitely have to be very, very consistent in the pedal stroke, even when you take a moment to catch your breath or take a drink of water.
Watching Godby's heart rate as well, hovering around 160. Remember, Shala was pushing 180, 190 earlier in the day. But looks like Jackie Godby is pretty consistent here at about 165 beats per minute.
Yeah, just endurance pace. That's impressive.
All right, so we're going to keep our eye on these two as Godby and Shala have 25 kilometers of racing to go here in the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. We're going to take another quick break here in our Elite Women's race, and we'll be back with more live coverage of the Echelon Racing League.
Come on, move. Of course, there aren't any spots. A few minutes won't hurt anybody. Thanks, Grandma.
Paralyzed Veterans of America works tirelessly every day to create a more accessible America. Let's leave the accessible spaces to the people who actually need them. Whatever the reason, excuses don't excuse. Join PVA and be part of the solution. Honor the spot.
Welcome back, Jackie Godby and Julia Salau inside 24 kilometers of racing to go as these riders make their way through the 3 laps of our virtual Iron Horse Bicycle Classic between Durango and Silverton. Getting ready for our para and hand cycling races coming up after this. They will race in conjunction with our elite men's field. We'll have 3 separate races going on in our virtual world and 3 separate virtual worlds, but really looking forward to the para and hand cycling. Yesterday, we debuted the very first hand cycle in a virtual world, and it was really cool to see so many riders participating from our PVA teams, the Paralyzed Veterans of America. We had riders from the Challenged Athletes Foundation joining us yesterday, as well as RGT continues to be game changers in the virtual space, but really cool to see the addition of hand cycles into the game. Lauren, a lot of work went into getting this done. It's so important to have that representation. Everybody rides.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, if you can see it, you can be it. So just seeing this in the virtual world now is just, like you said, it's a game changer. It's this is what it's all about.
The design, the physics, the programming that went into it. Big thank you to the team at RGT for making that happen. And a big thank you to ZMS Livestream. You just saw that rider on the side of the road. That is one of our camera riders out on course. ZMS Livestream provides all of our live cameras from the virtual world, sending it to our studio in Chicago, where our director Mark puts it all together and makes things happen. So big thank you to our crew. We also have Emma Watson on crew today, keeping an eye on our Zoom room, some of our graphics. She'll be doing our interviews later as well. So big thanks to the team behind the scenes that has to listen to Lauren I's voice for 3 hours a day on the weekends. That's the hardest part.
I think so. Just talking about the athletes being set up, heck, it takes us a good hour just to set up, just for us to gab.
We got to get all of our jokes and stuff out of the way in the morning. Make sure that we're all eating well. We do our breakfast check-in, make sure we've all had our coffee.
Most important. Yeah, we don't have the luxury of just burning fuel like the athletes are doing. So I may have been known to eat a donut or two, but I try and limit my calorie intake while I'm announcing, sitting, not doing anything.
I'm sure you're burning some calories. The brain burns calories.
Yes, I guess so. Well, Schumann is definitely, unfortunately, left Ayala and Easler now. That a kilometer up the road. Ayala and Easler are probably just happy to ride together at this point for another 26K.
Yeah, I think once you get to this scenario, you're like, all right, let's just lock it in. Let's calm down. I'm tired of this jumping between the groups now. So I think they're starting to settle into the groups that are maybe best suited for each rider on the day today. The Rogers, Nelson, McGregor group here, 6, 7, and 8. Easler and Ayala in 4 and 5. Schumann all alone. And then Godby and Shalau up in 1 and 2.
Yeah, today is just quite a different race than what has historically been happening over the last couple of weeks. We're now hour 40 in, where these races would have been over 40 minutes ago. So a significant more amount of time on the trainer today than even yesterday.
The other thing about the race today, Lauren, the longest race that we've had of the season so far. We've been mostly racing criteriums in the Echelon Racing League for our first 3 stops last weekend with races like the Tour of America's Dairyland and then the Gateway Cup yesterday. But this is the first sort of road race, so that means longer time in the saddle as well. If you're used to that hour-long effort or you're used to sitting in for an hour, well, things change when a competition goes up to an hour and a half or 2 hours on a longer day like today.
Yeah, the criterium racing is a bit more dynamic, isn't it? There's sprinting, there's corners, there's attacks, and it's way shorter. Today is all about settling in, longer climbs, significant longer efforts. So, yeah, Shalau having a training buddy beside her to bounce stuff off or to keep her motivated, or maybe someone, like I said, checking out the men's course for later. But yeah, even that'll help, just because you're here for a while on the trainer.
Well, remember, Jackie Godby undefeated so far after 3 days of racing, but Shalal still has a chance to make it back in the overall. The difference in points between first and second place is only 10 points each day. So if Shalal can get 2 wins before the end of the season, that would get her back within sort of striking distance in the overall. So it's an omnium points-based competition in the Echelon Racing League. Normally in a stage race or something like that, we'd be working on the overall time, talking about the total time that the riders take on each tour. But in the Echelon Racing League, they receive points based on how they place each day, and those points are added up. The rider with the most total points at the end of the season is awarded as the overall race leader. So Jackie Godby, undefeated in the current series standings, gives her a nice lead at the top of the leaderboard. 30 points over Julia Shalal, who has lost 10 points to Godby over the last 3 races for a 30-point deficit. And then Erin Ayala hanging tough in third for the Velocity Vixen team. All the credit in the world to Erin Ayala. She's had a great ride over week 1 and into week 2. Consistent riding. Really upped her game into season 2 of the Echelon Racing League. Schumann is sitting 4th overall, the rider currently riding in 3rd on the road. And then Lisa Haig in 5th for Beast Mode Rose. See how many Beast Mode riders have made it into the top 10 here. They've got 4 inside the top 10 and 4th through 7th place altogether, with Kim Miller into 7th place, and then Project Echelon with Emma O'Toole and Dylan Baker, and then Moira Nelson from the Faster Cycling team rounding out the current top 10 with 371 points. So it's not over yet for Shalal in the overall. Even though she lost the first 3 races, we've got a lot of racing here in the Echelon Racing League. So it'll be back consistently throughout the season. And I think Shalal could absolutely beat Jackie Godby in the overall.
Yeah, and then even in that 3rd place spot, if Shalal Schumann, if Schumann can come in 3rd today, like that puts her right back in the running with Ayala for that 3rd place spot. So Beast Mode trying to stack the podium overall as well. But yeah, it's such a good battle. You just got to keep, as they say, punching your ticket. Shalal has to be up here racing against Godby. If she can get, like you said, 1 or 2 wins, this is going to be a good battle throughout the season of e-racing.
Schumann back to dialing it in here. And then the Ayala Easler group. This might be the best race to watch of the day. These two, I'm not sure who the favorite in this group of 2 would be. Very evenly matched, just like Godby and Shalal. This could turn into a good one. So we're going to keep our eye on this 4th and 5th place battle between Ayala and Easler here, the Velocity Vixen and Project Echelon riders.
Have you seen Ayala sprint? No, but you're right. It is a good battle. It'll be fun to watch. But yeah, I'm placing my bets now. I'm going with Ayala.
Well, and I'm sure Easler knows that. I mean, Easler has been watching these races as well. She's been in it. So I'm wondering if Easler tries to get rid of Ayala before they get there. Maybe attack it 2K to go or something like that so that Ayala can't unleash her patented sprint on RGT.
Yeah, Easler had separated from Ayala on the climb last lap, and if she can do that again and, potentially just bury herself to the finish, I think, it took a long time for Ayala to come back to Easler off of that climb. Yeah. So, yeah, like you said, I mean, this is a good battle. Okay, here we go. Final time up the climb.
Wow, good quickly. Wow. immediately opens up time over Jackie Godby here as Godby goes into the red zone to try to hold on to the wheel. But again, this is where Shalao shines on the way up. She makes her time going up the hill, and then Godby makes her time up on the way down. So Shalao is going to need time over the top of the hill. If she doesn't want to sprint against Jackie Godby today, if she wants to try and do the work now, this is it. This is Shalao's last opportunity on the big climb of the day with 18.5K of racing to go.
And something we haven't seen the last 2 laps from Godby is her essentially trying to stick the wheel of Shalao, and that's what she's doing right now. She's going deep early to stay there and trying to limit that gap that she has over the top of the climb.
Yeah. And I think that's probably all Jackie Godby can do now is just minimize that time. Just minimize the time you lose on the climb. All you have to do is hang on here because Godby knows she'll be able to make it back on the way down and then on the flats as well where she also shines. Again, look at the difference in riding styles. Shalao back out of the saddle. Godby slow and steady. Really interesting to illustrate the difference in riding styles here.
This is great racing. Just kind of see who's going to crack who first. And it's not that Shalao's cracked Godby. It's just that I think Godby's going to limit her efforts right now and hedge her bets on being able to reconnect with Shalao on the downhill. And Shalao, on the flip side, is just going to try and get as much distance as she can over the climb and try and keep the gap on the downhill. Shalao's opened up a pretty good gap on Godby now. This is, I wonder what the time gap is, or the distance gap is, but yeah, this is good racing.
And again, this is par 4 the way that they've been riding up this climb. I mean, Godby not panicking yet. No reason to panic yet because she knows that she can tack it back on the way down, or at least she has been able to tack it back on the way down. But does that remain for the 3rd time up and over the big climb? We're going to see in about 4K from now. Gap still under 100 meters. Totally doable for Jackie Godby right now, but Shalao clearly the better climber out of this group. Shalao's wishing there was a mountaintop finish in the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic right now. She's like, I know we go up and over 2 10,000-foot passes, but what if we just finished on top of one? That'd be great for Julia Shalao. Amazing road riding in and around Durango. Whether you like climbing or not, there is some really beautiful scenery on rides leaving Durango. But Durango is also blessed with a vast single-track mountain bike trail system and direct access to some pretty legendary climbs and routes like the Colorado Trail, a trail system that leads all the way up to Denver. But we recommend you start with a day ride before committing to the 486-mile trek on the Colorado Trail. Additionally, just 20 miles from downtown, Purgatory Resort offers year-round adventure with ski and snowboarding in the winter and epic mountain biking in the summer. So when you're ready or not for your adventure to end, Durango also has a wide variety of campgrounds and RV parks, plus miles of public lands for dispersed camping. You'd set up camp and rest underneath a starry night sky and then be awoken by a breathtaking mountain sunrise. Durango is truly an outdoorsman or woman's dream. Plan your adventure today by visiting Durango.org. I know we don't need to visit because our adventure's already planned, Lauren. We're going to the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic this year.
Yeah, and as talking about the Colorado Trail race or the Colorado Trail period, there is a new mountain bike team as of last year, 2 years ago, Team Segment 28, and I didn't know what Segment 28 was until I had to ask. And Segment 28 is the last segment of the Colorado Trail that finishes right there in Durango.
Nice. And if driving or hiking is more your speed, head up to Silverton, the heart of the San Juan Mountains, via 4x4 roads where they have access to high alpine meadows, rivers, ghost hiking trails that allow you to summit mountain peaks. The Alpine Loop connects Silverton, Erie, and Lake City through their high alpine backcountry passes, meadows, and the tundra, all while climbing over stunning peaks and valleys. Check out silvertoncolorado.com for more information on that.
Some of the best moto trails are also out here. I love off-roading. I'm not very good at my motorcycle skills, but I'm learning. It's a new craft, new trade, taking up a new hobby. And here in our backyard, we have Eli Tomac and John Tomac.
Nice. Yeah.
John Tomac, a famous mountain bike racer and rider and road racer, and his son Eli is one of the best in Supercross, Supermoto.
Allow up to 350 meters, the gap now, with just under 16K to go. But again, this is par for the course so far, playing out the exact same way that it has over the first 2 laps.
Brad, I hate
Right,
to
so
be
just
wrong, but I
Yep.
think you're right.
Me too.
It's like you've done this a couple of times, but I don't think it's a significant enough gap for Shalal to hold off Godby to the finish. It hurts my heart to say I think you're right.
Every once in a while, I get one. I get lucky a few times a year, and this might be one of them. Is Jackie Godby starting to bring this gap back. We are coming very close to getting under 300 meters as she sees 15 kilometers to go. Want to bring race director Ian Burnett back in here real quick as these riders approaching the finish. Ian, this one has played out as a worthy winner. Got to be out there today. These climbs are no joke at the Iron Horse Classic. I know you've done some of the big climbs in America in your time as a pro, but this is about as strong as you're going to get when we talk about the courses at Iron Horse.
Yeah. The Iron Horse is no joke on those climbs, and we're fortunate to have the valley to kind of warm you up and get you going. But then after that, there's no rest for the wicked.
And it starts pretty quickly. But the thing I love about Iron Horse, you guys now have something for pretty much everyone. If you don't want to go over those 2 10,000-foot passes, you don't have to. If you want to do it on your e-bike, you can do that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been a huge addition to our program to be able to allow e-bikes and just get more people out on the bike and get to enjoy the passes and be a part of the spirit of it. We had Joe, and he did it with Parkinson's on his e-bike, and he's done it a couple times on his e-bike, and so it's a pretty amazing thing to be able to get those kind of people out that would never be able to do it without that.
We're going to see some of our para and hand cycling riders also in our men's race coming up here in just a bit. So very cool to have them get the opportunity to do this course out there on the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic course. But Ian, shaping up to be a good one out there. Any predictions from you between Shalal and Godby? Do you have a favorite between these 2 women at the front of our elite women's field?
I mean, it seems like it just keeps coming back every time, and that just has been the trademark of that. It's hard to hold off through those flat sections after that climb and be able to just put that climb into work. And I think she'll catch her. And unfortunately, after all that work, you got to put yourself out there to give yourself a chance.
How does this race typically play out in the in-real life races for the Coca-Cola Road Race, let's say? I mean, is it normally ones and twos coming to the line? What do the finishes usually look like in the in-real life races?
Yeah, we end up with ones and twos all the time. We've had a couple sprints, but usually the win goes to a solo person. They don't like to wait. You know, those climbers that have the legs to be up in the mountains there don't really want to wait for the sprint. You know, the Ned Overns won it too many times to count. I called him the other day, and he couldn't even tell me how many times he had won it. And so, yeah, usually it comes down to a single person, maybe two. We had a pretty famous one with Chris Blevins and I get Ned Cormac, and and Chris actually went over the bars right at the finish line, like inches from it, and it was a pretty amazing photo finish to see that. So most of the time we're a ones and twos.
Always something interesting at the finish line of a bike race. Well, we're going to keep our eye on these two. Ian, thanks for jumping in here real quick, and thanks for doing everything that you've done to get this game into the platform. It is so cool to see what the developers at RGT have done with the train, and it looks incredibly real. I just think that is the coolest thing in the world. So I know you guys have been working a lot behind the scenes with the Echelon Racing League and RGT to make this happen. So thanks and congratulations. It looks great on screen.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, well, Godby still trying to close this gap down. You see Shalau back out of the saddle on the left-hand side of your screen, so we are getting down to it. I can tell Godby has gone back into race mode because she's back into being locked on the screen. Even though she really doesn't have anything to look at, the power won't matter. There's no draft that she's looking for, but Godby is in the zone right now as we go inside 15K to go.
Yeah, there wasn't any sitting up. You know, like the last lap, she sat up and took a sip of water and used the towel to wipe her face off. But yeah, you don't see that going on this downhill this lap.
So as Godby makes it up to the top of this climb. We're also getting ready, as we said, for our paracycling, hand cycling, and elite men's start. We're going to stay with this finish all the way through the line because I want to watch Godby and Shalau work this out. So we'll welcome these two through the line, watch the end of our pro women's race, and then we'll go over and catch we'll pick up the pro men's race as they start. But they will start on time. We're going to stay on this. We'll miss their start. We've seen enough men's bike racing. Let's watch a little bit of women's bike racing here.
Yeah, the other interesting thing that Ian was talking about with the finish line in real life versus e-racing, Godby can close her eyes and put her head down and go all out and not worry about going over the bars per se, like Christopher Blevins, one of the best bike handlers in the world, did. And I don't know what led to that crash, but he's such a resilient guy. And so, that's a huge difference here. There will be no crashing.
Down to 10.5K to go. Godby only has 175 meters to make up, so she has this exactly where she wants it. Godby has ridden this one perfectly, slowly reeling Shalau back, not panicking. She's going to make the catch just as they get to the bottom. There's still a little bit of descending to go. You see they're on a very small negative 1.5% grade right now, but Godby should be able to make that up unless Shalau catches her off guard. That is Shalau's plan right now at 5.8 watts per kilo, 10 kilometers to go. But man, 10K is a long way to do a solo time trial. As we see our men, para, and hand cycling rolling out from the start. We'll be keeping an eye on those races. We will let you know if there are any significant developments in any of those fields, but it'll probably be a while before we see that separation up at the front of our rather large elite men's field, and then we'll keep our eye on the para and hand cyclist as well. So they're underway for 83 kilometers of racing, and Shalau is now under 10K to go in our elite women's race.
So much good racing happening right now. I'm also paying attention to Isler and Ayala back there. There's a small separation between the two of them. So again, everybody right now is racing their heart out these last couple of kilometers.
Shalao seems to be doing consistently higher watts per kilo here, though. I'm noticing her hovering around like 5.5. Godby has not gone over 5 on the way down. But she
Shalao
is
just
slowly reeling
continues
it back down to, yep,
Sorry, go ahead.
down to 115 meters, the gap. So remember, Godby went over 400 meters at one point, but has slowly brought it back. It's going to go down under 100 now.
And you can see in the zoom, I mean, Shalao standing up, just trying her best, a 60 cadence right now. And yeah, Godby's definitely pedaling a bit more than that, a higher cadence than that. So yeah, I think Shalao was trying to stay away on the downhill. And, oh man, I hate being wrong.
Well, you're not wrong yet. We've still got 8.8K of racing to go.
Unless I go and unplug Godby's trainer, I think she's going to catch Shalao right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is good racing. This is what it's all about. I love being wrong. It's fine with me.
It looks like Shalao realizes what's going to happen, too, so she's not going to waste any energy trying to hold off Jackie Godby. She knows Godby's got her in sight. She knows Godby's coming back. The riders see the exact same data that we see on the screen here, so they know the distance back to Godby. They know how many watts Godby is doing, or the watts per kilo that she's doing, so they can watch their competitors that way, and Shalao knows that she's not going to get rid of Godby on the flats here, so she's letting up into the green zone. She's going to let Godby get back here, and then we're going to be right back where we started with Shalao and Godby together, sprinting it out at 8K to go.
It doesn't matter the distance, does it? These two will always be down to the wire together, it seems. Like, no matter how much Shalao try. I mean, she's had some good racing, and it's been fun to watch Shalao just try over and over all different types of ways to beat Godby. And Godby's just so steady Eddie and able to bring it back every single time. But this is what raises the bar in racing and will make these athletes that much better moving forward.
So now we'll see what Godby does as she makes contact, goes right by Shalao, and now it's going to be up to Shalao to jump on the wheel. We'll see if they lift the overall tempo here, overall effort. Holding at about 4 watts per kilo right now as Shalao gets onto the wheel. In the previous sprints, they have pretty much waited until 400 or 500 meters to go to really open up the sprint. They've locked on to each other the rest of that time. So maybe Shalao tries to go a little earlier. She's got to do something. She's got to try something new rather than just trying to sprint it out the same way she has with Godby. So maybe the play is attack at like 1K to go. See if you can hold off Godby from there.
She tried on the climbs all 3 laps.
Well,
that was her something different.
Now it's time for plan D. That was plan A, B, and C on the way up the climb, and this is plan D. Looks like a little separation between Schumann and Eisler back in 3rd and 4th as well. We'll keep our eye on that. And I think Eisler and Ayala may be separating here.
Yep.
Or continuing to separate, I should say. That started a little bit ago.
This would be a good finish for Schumann, too. Again, moving her up in the overall standings. Well, maybe not moving her up, but putting her really close to Ayala.
Yep.
In that good fight for 3rd.
Well, as these two make their way up to the top of the climb, or to the bottom of the climb, I should say, 6K away. Great shot here in our pro men's race up in the upper right corner. They're racing the train from Durango to Silverton. One of the most unique features of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, and one of the things that makes this race great. The Iron Horse Bicycle Classic is a man versus or woman versus machine event unlike any other, and an honored partnership between the Durango train and the community. For the last 50 years, each Memorial Day weekend, cyclists have raced over the 2 mountain passes on a quest to beat the historic Durango and Silverton narrow gauge train as it journeys from Durango through the wild Rocky Mountains of southwest Colorado to the mining town of Silverton. The Iron Horse Classic is Colorado's oldest cycling event inextricably intertwined with Durango's unique history and culture. An event that started with a wager between two brothers we talked about, one a cyclist and the other a brakeman on the historic train. The Iron Horse Bicycle Classic has since evolved into a seminal community event, and it's much more than just a race. It's a part of our collective identity. The Durango and Silverton Narrow Gauge Railroad has partnered with the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, and we look forward to the next 50 years.
Agreed. The train, it definitely stands out in town. If you're ever on Main Street having dinner, you know, when the train comes by, everything stops because you hear it, you see it, you smell it. You know, the whistle happens. It brings all the tourists in, and it's just iconic, and it's a nice pause. And just to have that just be a part of your town and a part of everyday community is a really great part of Durango. Godby and Shalal kind of putting each other under pressure here these last couple of kilometers.
Yep, it's on now. Remember, Godby started this attack, but now Shalal going to go over the top of it. They were riding together in that blue-green power zone, but once Godby went into red, Shalal responded immediately. So I think Godby was the first to draw blood in this two-rider battle here. Still 5K to go, though. A little early to be attacking. I think Godby was just kind of testing the legs a little bit, getting comfortable, maybe checking herself. Look at the power profile in the upper left-hand corner. The ups and downs on the way down.
That's the game of tactics and seeing and testing the legs and testing your competitor and testing the spirit after 78 kilometers of racing. You know, comes down to 5K and they're all back together.
It'll be interesting to see if Shalal gets out of the saddle. I'm not sure if she sprints out of the saddle or not on the flats. We know she was doing a lot of standing up on the climb, but the way you ride on the flats, a little different. Back to just about 3.5 watts per kilo for these two. Really, I'm looking for one rider to sort of jump out of the saddle. Godby's getting ready here. One last chance to wipe off, grab some water. Probably a little late to eat at this point. Not going to do you much good with 3.8K of racing to go. That won't hit your bloodstream in time, so better hope you fueled up before you got to these last 4K.
Yeah, and I saw Shalal a minute ago. She's texting now, probably getting some last-minute advice from her team director, potentially. And then to the right of her, you know, her training partner, whoever that is, I saw them having a quick conversation. So it never hurts to have a little bit of, you know, this is what I'm thinking about doing. What do you think? Or getting some advice.
I'm kind of imagining it like golf, right? You consult with your caddy just for a fresh perspective. Like, how should I play this one? Do I lay it up? Do I go a little far? Do I attack early? Do I wait? And that's how you're going to beat Jackie Godby, because Shalal knows that she's got the legs to do it. She knows their match, but now she's got to figure out how to beat Godby. It's where she uses that power that's going to determine it. So, yeah, maybe looking for some outside advice or outside influence on her strategy for these last 3 kilometers now.
Yeah, I like your analogy of golf, again, because Godby was talking about, you know, at the end of these races, you're not thinking straight. So you may need a little bit of assistance of, hey, just chill out a little bit longer. You got 3K. Yeah, you've done 80K, and you did have separation, but it's, you know, it's a flat run-in at this point. So, you know, sit on, save your legs as best you can, and stand up when it counts. And then, yeah, close your eyes and head down and go for it.
under 3K. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to see the change in riding style on the left-hand side of the picture here. I mean, I'm wondering if we'll see a visible explosion of power when they really light it up and go in. I want to stay with this shot because I think it'll be really interesting to watch these riders on the trainer. As you said, Jackie goes into that black zone where you just sort of zone out and you're not seeing anything. So we'll see what Jackie looks like when she goes hypoxic in the last kilometer of racing.
And the different bikes like we've talked about. Jackie's on the TT bike essentially, and she can't get any more lower or any more pull on those bars than what she's at right now, where we've already seen Shalal kind of go into the drops a couple of times just to change it up. So yeah, it will be interesting, and I do hope we stay with this shot just to see the difference in sprinting techniques from each athlete.
The nervous waiting. 2 kilometers to go now. Shalal looks like she's starting to get into it.
It's funny,
Even
both of
Godby
them
getting out of the
kinda
saddle here.
Yeah, both of them kind of alternate standing and sitting. I'm like, oh, here we go, but no, we still got a K and a half. Oh, here we go. No, so I think they're both kind of getting a bit antsy. Heck, I'm getting a little antsy.
Here goes Godby now. First to make the move. Lifts the tempo. Shalal has to go red to respond. This is tough, too, trying to match this where you're trying to stay on the wheel. You want to go hard, but not too hard, right? You want to catch on, but you don't want to go over the top of her. So there's an element of modulating your power that Shalal is going to have to figure out as Godby launches the first attack. Coming up on 1K to go. Little bit of a downhill section. Nice 7% descent to pick up some speed before it flattens out on the way into the line. There's the 1K marker, the Flamme Rouge, just ahead. And Godby going to go early from 900 meters out. She starts to lift the power. Shalal going to respond. Shalal waiting, looking for the opportunity. 700 meters to go. And look at Shalal watching the screen. It's like a track sprint. Just waiting to make the move. Who's going to go first? Who's going to flinch? Shalal out of the saddle. Godby goes as well. They both match the explosion at 570 meters to go. And now they're going to open it up. Look at Shalal punishing that bike underneath her. Godby still steady up top, matching watt for watt. 400 meters now. Godby gets to the front. Look at the bike shaking side to side underneath Jackie Godby here. Shalal continuing to push a huge gear as she gets to the front in the red zone. 300 meters to go.
No.
Shalal lets up. Godby tries to make it. She's going to go past her. Godby picks it up. Back in the lead at 100 meters to go. And looks like Jackie Godby will get another one in the Echelon Racing League. 4 for 4 for Jackie Godby on the line as she once again gets Julia Shalal.
Oh my gosh, Shalal definitely had such an effort. Just buried her head, just down in the drops. And I thought she had it, Brad. I thought she had it.
Schumann on her way in as Jackie Godby celebrates with a thumbs up for her 4th victory in the Echelon Racing League.
I'm gonna have to get some of that chocolate.
Yeah, the peppermint chocolate she was talking about yesterday. We got to get us some of that.
Ooh.
And what's the first thing you do? Log the workout.
Exactly.
Check the watch.
Wow. What a great sprint. God, Godby is so strong. What a ride.
Back to Gabrielle Schumann at 5.3 kilometers to go now. Looks like she's going to have this one locked in for what should be third place. Got a nice 1.3K lead over Megan Easler, and then Erin Ayala at 1.5K back. So Ayala about 200 meters behind Easler here. And then Bronwyn McGregor sitting in 6th. Maureen Nelson into 7th. Rogers in 8th. And then Baker, Carolus, Marb, and Miller through your top 12. So we'll watch these two continue to pin it out. But, man, this has to it's got to be frustrating for Shalao here, Lauren, to be banging your head against this wall now 4 times in a row. And Jackie Godby gets it every time. Shalao might be starting to get a little frustrated here.
Yeah, I would have picked, I did pick Shalao for today. This was her day for sure, as we saw in the climbs. I mean, she definitely had such a huge gap that first lap, and then it kind of got a little bit smaller the second lap. And then the third lap, she couldn't even get over 200 meters away from Godby. So, yeah, today would be a little bit more frustrating, but it's still such a solid effort. They both came into the finish together. It's all about timing that sprint, and it's just good racing. I think Shalao should definitely hold her head up high, even though it is a bit frustrating. She should be very proud of today's effort.
Yeah, if you have to get beat by somebody, Jackie Godby on RGT is probably the person you want to get beat by, because it doesn't get much better than that. Godby is by far the dominant women's rider on the platform here in the Echelon Racing League. Remember, Shalao comes from the Zwift world. Godby does some Zwift racing out there as well, but she has spent significantly more time on the RGT platform. I got to be honest, I think that's paying off. I think it's the season 1 of the Echelon Racing League that is really helping out Godby in these sprints.
And being very confident in her effort and managing and gauging her effort and knowing what it takes to get back to Shalao in those huge gaps that did form. Godby's definitely got it figured out. There's no doubt about that. And I can also say I'm really excited about the Easler and Ayala battle for 4th and 5th here. Both of them are not going to quit and taking it all the way to the finish line.
All right, well, sounds like we have our race winner in the Zoom room, so let's go over and grab a word with Jackie Godby.
Wonderful win for you today, 4 for 4 in the series, and you sweep the weekend. How does this win feel for you?
It was amazing. I always talk about getting to go head-to-head with the other riders, enjoying the challenge, and today really was a different challenge. I think switching from that crit style where you have the very short hills, the punches, the almost guaranteed sprint finish, to today where we really highlighted, the light climbers, the riders who can put out that power for the 8 minutes up that hill. So, it was a very different race, very exciting. I getting dropped that many times. Definitely a lot of adrenaline going. So it feels good knowing that I put 100% out on the course, knowing that, I went up against another rider who put 100% out on the course and, absolutely crushed it. I mean, I was watching Julia up the climbs, and I mean, as much as I wanted to catch her, I was just filled with respect for seeing 6 watts per kilograms for that entire hill. So feels really good, but also very tiring.
Talking about that course a little bit more, it's very different from the other courses that you've done previously in the Echelon Racing League so far this season. How did that change your strategy at all? What was your strategy going into this race?
Yeah, so fortunately, I was able to race this last weekend in the Community League and really get a sense for not only how long the hill was going to be, but how much rest I would get on that downhill. So knowing that, this was going to be 8 minutes of very intense effort between FTP and VO2 max repeated 3 times over a 2-hour course, I knew that I needed to pace myself. I knew that to finish the ride, I was going to have to race my own race. And that ultimately, if that gap had to form, second was still better than a do not finish. So I think racing last weekend definitely gave me the courage, the strategy to race my own race and pace, for this 80-kilometer, half iron distance ride.
Yeah. Based on your results from the community event and now this one, did the race go exactly how you planned it to, or were there some roadblocks that come up in the middle of it?
Well, definitely getting dropped the first time. I did not expect that. I was really hoping to have a bigger group coming off the first hill. Doing the race in Community League, it was long, it was brutal. I cramped up afterwards, and I came off that race saying, you know what, I really hope I have a group today, because that is a long ride to TT by yourself. So doing, that much of the ride, pretty much every hill after I got dropped through the end of that second segment as a TT was rough. I went a lot harder, but I'm happy with how it went. Like I said, I'm happy with putting 100% out there. I'm happy with having raced against Julia, putting 100% out there in a new format and getting, to change from this chess game we've been playing the past several races and now moving, into another strategy game like Risk. It was brutal, but it was a lot of fun.
Well, congratulations. One last thing before you go. I got asked if you could show off your chocolate report. So
we finished off all the peppermint yesterday. So now we're back to just regular dark chocolate. But I do have some dark chocolate espresso beans waiting in the wings if this isn't enough.
Amazing. Congratulations, Jackie. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Jackie. Always cool to talk to our winner in the Tailwind Winners interview. So cool to hear her thoughts and sort of how that one played out for her, what she thought was going to happen, and the way that it ended up. So our winners interview brought to you by Tailwind in Durango.
Yeah, Godby's kind of speaking a little bit more on under a bit more pressure this race. So, Shalal, even though she didn't win, I mean, like I said, she should hold her head high by putting Godby under that pressure. But again, Godby using last weekend community race to test her legs and figure out how her strategy was going to play out for this weekend. So smart racing by Godby.
All right, well, as we turn our attention back over to our next set of races on tap for the day, our men, hand, and paracyclist out on course. You see Jaden Yeager has moved into a small lead at the front of our men's race. Looks like Kuhlman back at the front of our hand cycling competition, and then Parangao back at the front of our para racing race down there as well. So again, 3 different races out on the road right now. They are in 3 different Zoom worlds, or virtual worlds, I should say, as we get to check in some of our holiday-themed pain caves. I think that's Mike Swart in the bottom left, who is so far my leader in the decorating competition, although I think Hayden Warner in the middle of the Zoom room here has some little elves in his pain cave with him.
He's got real live people in his pain cave. I'm going with Hayden in there, and got the kiddo, and looks like Rudolph back there. Yeah, it's good to see everybody kind of being festive this season.
We saw a lot of these guys in the game yesterday. Again, much different race from today. Before we go out to live action on course, let's go back and look at how things played out in the first day of racing this weekend at the Gateway Cup. Again, it was a criterium day of racing, so much different than what they have out there today. And our men's fields have been playing out a lot different than the women's fields as well. There is no clear leader in the men's races here in the Echelon Racing League, Lauren.
No, it's just attack after attack, and essentially the peloton whittles down with so much attrition. The St. Louis Alliance group, oh man, they were so great. They got Cipollini in the background. Like, they definitely are playing along and playing such a good game in Virtual Racing League. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to see everybody's pain caves, and the suffering actually in the racing has been extraordinary.
Yesterday it came down to a sprint from 500 meters out from the line, where we saw Roca of the Gotham Greens team jump out at about 430 meters to go and never looked back. This was an exceptional sprint for Mason Roca here, dropping the rest of the group and holding on from a long way out. You see very few races in RGT that are won this way with them tacked from this far out, but Roca really had an incredible finishing sprint for the Gotham Greens presented by Verge Sport Team, and he held on for his first win in the Echelon Racing League Pro League yesterday, as you saw riders like Jaden Yeager sprinting to the front of the group. Brad Bickley ends up in second, Matt Usborne in third, Ben Thomas into fourth, and Zach Nair in fifth place yesterday. But you see Mason Roca with a 3.56 average watts per kilo, the lowest on the leaderboard. He stayed hidden all day and then made his way to the front when it counted. So Roca the winner yesterday, but we'll see if he can climb today as we go back onto course, where Jaden Yeager has opened up just under a 500-meter lead over Zach Nair now. So Yeager go early here. The long bomb from Jaden today.
Yeah, but you said that he was a Masters time trial national champion, so this is what he would like to do, is just stay steady and consistent and go up the climb at his pace, instead of matching that of a climber per se. So trying to go ahead and get to the climb first and maybe waterfall back into the group up and over the climb is probably what I'm thinking Yeager's wanting to do.
He's got the arrow hands going as well, cheering himself on. He's like, where is everyone? Where's everyone else? Jaden brought out the Team USA bibs. He earned those by qualifying for the Esports World Championship team, be representing the United States for the second time. I love that they give him the real-life kit. I think that's super cool to earn the Team USA kit.
Yes, it is very much a privilege to wear the kit, especially out when you're training. People see it, people recognize it, and one of the coolest things that I experienced when those kits in the back of the bibs, it says that you are representing the United States of America, and that just I don't know, I'm very proud of that when you get to wear those and represent your country.
That means a lot, especially in the international competitions. Nice to see riders from all over the world in the Echelon Racing League here. It's a cool chance to sort of show off some of our staple American races that maybe the Europeans don't get a chance to come over and see in person. So a good chance to kind of highlight those, and we hope that they join us in person into 2022 and 23. This would certainly be one. If I had a European rider that said, I want to come do some races in the U.S., what are the most fun and the most bang for my buck? I'd say a weekend in Durango would be a good place to start.
Agreed. Durango is a beautiful part of Colorado, and Colorado is a beautiful part of our country. So this is definitely one that you need to add to your bucket list of come and see and come and ride some of these roads and see Silverton, see Ouray, go to the hot springs, go up to Purgatory. And then stay for a month or so in the country and travel around.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Ouray. Also along that route, one of the towns that the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic goes through. A visually stunning high alpine community at 7,800 feet above sea level, set in a geographic bowl formed by rugged, steep mountainsides that lead up to a jagged 12 to 13,000 foot high peaks. Creeks cascade down through valleys and canyons into the city. The Uncomshaw River cuts through the city, forming dramatic canyons for enjoying nature, climbing, and hiking, while also creating the recreational backbone of the city. Outdoor recreation and nature are located outside each front door, providing immediate access to an extensive trail network of backcountry roads and world-class parks that provide year-round climbing, hiking, swimming, downhill skiing, hot spring soaking, and other recreational activities. How could you ever be bored in Colorado?
Brad, you described that so perfectly. I don't know how you did that. But I was over there this summer. I did a running race up and over Imogene Pass. So you start in Ouray, you run up and over the mountain, and you drop into Telluride. It's a 17-mile race, and those are all Jeep roads. So you see a lot of people either on motorcycles or the side-by-sides or Jeeps. I've ridden my bicycle or pushed my bicycle up that mountainside. It's just gorgeous. And then in the wintertime, they also have ice climbing competitions. I don't know anything about that, but there's all, like you said, you can't be bored here in Colorado. There's something to do almost every day of the year, and it's beautiful.
And the hot springs in E-Ray too, super cool.
Oh,
Nice place to relax either
yes.
before or after your activity. Let's bring Ian Burnett, race director of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, back in. Ian, what is your activity when you're not on the bike? What's your favorite outdoor activity in Durango when you're not riding?
I mean, just getting out and hiking and exploring kind of the backcountry and the beautiful places we get within, the 100 miles of Durango. It's a pretty special place. And I mean, even being born and raised here, I haven't even explored a fraction of what's out in our great community.
That's amazing, and a perfect place to spend the weekend. We've been telling all the riders it's not just about the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. You don't just go to ride Iron Horse. You go to see Durango. You go to see Silverton. Just being in that area truly is a unique part of Colorado. I know you guys as Colorado people, I don't need to tell you that, but for us non-Colorado people, having been to Durango and Silverton, it really is a special part of the state.
Yeah, it's a pretty unique little space, and to be able to represent that through our cool race and just bring people to town and make it a weekend experience that you get to enjoy all those things like you're mentioning. It just is, it makes it a really fun family thing that you get to do way more than just bike racing and make it a part of the weekend.
And Lauren, the other cool thing is when the bike race comes to town, when the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic rolls into Durango, you really are welcomed into town with open arms. I mean, they welcome the race with everything they have when the racers roll into town.
Walking down Main Street, having all the restaurants and breweries and bars, it's such a great experience. Everybody is usually very nice. The weather is very accommodating, and like I said, you've got so many pros and such a history of bike racing here in Durango. It's another day, it's another Saturday, another weekend, but even everybody just wants to show off the Durango and what it has to offer. So everyone's usually a very good host and hostess. Yeah.
And a great opportunity to bring the whole family out. Ian, I know you guys also have the Sprite Kids Race out there. I was looking at some photos from 2019, 2020, one of the premier events of the weekend. I know the Sprite Kids Race that everyone looks forward to.
Yeah, it's always, if you want to see competition, go to that Kids Sprite Race and you'll see the kids, and they're more serious than any of our pro racers are that weekend and ready to rub some elbows and show Durango what they got.
Are there any official rules to the cruiser crit? Like, is there anything you can't do? I know pretty much anything goes because there's like all kinds of outfits and tandem bikes, and if it's got two wheels and rolls, you can ride it. But is there anything you can't ride in the cruiser crit?
No, we're pretty open on that end, and it's that's what, when we bring out the weird side of Durango, you definitely see everyone out in their costumes and out having a good time and showing what Durango's all about, to just be a welcoming community and enjoy your weekend on a bike, whatever that bike is.
Well, save a couple slots for Lauren and I in the Cruiser Crit this year. We have aged out of the Sprite Kids race, but we are putting together our itinerary for the weekend of racing. We're going to do the e-bike race up to Quarter Horse. We're going to do the Cruiser Crit, and then Lauren is going to do the full Coca-Cola Road race as well. So make sure you leave a spot for her, all right?
I'll do my best for you, Brad.
All right, thanks so much. Ian Burnett, race director at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Let's take a look back out on the road as Jaden Yeager is continuing to open up time here. This would be you, Lauren, in your Coca-Cola Road race. Just solo off the front, crushing spirits early on.
That's exactly what I'd be doing, but I'm not crushing souls. I'm basically setting myself up to get dropped on the climb because the plan is to get up the road. They're going to catch me on the climb and hopefully not gap me too far once I get across the top of the climb, so I can catch back on the descent.
We talked about Yeager being far off the front early on here. This is doable. I know you talked with Kevin Bouchard Hall before the start of the race today, our winner in the Community League event last weekend, and it sounds like that one played out pretty similar to the way that this one is, with an early solo break.
Yes, we saw yesterday that Kevin Bouchard Hall was dropped very early on, which is uncommon or not characteristic of him. And then he ended up messaging us on Instagram and basically said that he had technical difficulties. So he ended up knowing that he won the community race last weekend from a solo breakaway from kilometer zero, essentially. But knowing that probably wasn't going to happen today based on the athletes and capabilities that are here today. But it's good to see Kevin rallying on day 2 of the weekend, and yeah, he's definitely excited to be out here and representing. No technical difficulties starting off the line today.
Kevin also getting into the holiday spirit. I think I see a tree in the right side of his zoom shot here. He's got some lights going. I'll give credit for the RGB keyboard as well. That counts as some holiday lights, festive lights.
Oh yeah, for sure. Kevin also mentioned, I'm going to give him the sympathy card. He said that he was up most of the night with a sick child. The stomach bug is going around the house. So you never know what they're bringing to the trainer, personal life. So it's good to see Kevin is feeling well and racing his heart out at the front of the peloton today.
Yeah, good reminder that there's more to life than just what happens on these 16:9 screens, more than just what we see on Zoom or RGT. So that's also part of being a bike racer. Got to deal with real life as well.
And announcing, you had here. Piper.
Yeah.
You had Piper last weekend, 2 weekends ago. So.
Yeah, sometimes you're on babysitting duty. Sometimes you got to watch your girlfriend's parents' dog. Sometimes got to clean up. I know we've seen
Santa was watching. I'm sure, he's going to still come see you because you did a good deed.
Seen some of the riders passing activities off to their kids while they're racing. Like, here's a coloring book. Go entertain yourself for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Looks like a little separation at the front here. I'm sensing that there might be a separation coming. This group will not finish this large.
Right. It's the shuffle before the climb, trying to stay in good position, stay in that draft. Like we saw in the women's race, it just kind of whittled down immediately at the base of the climb. So I would think that the guys are probably thinking the same thing, just hang on and stay in the draft and make it over the top of the climb the first time and see how they're doing on the backside. Unless they're already on the backside, we've kind of missed some of the beginning of the race with the finish of the women's race, but.
Gonzalez up at the front of this group of 5. We also saw Zach Nair riding up there, was kind of setting tempo early for the Project Echelon team. Will Harden also coming in at the shot. We saw him in the pain cave earlier. A lot of those light blue jerseys up at the front for Project Echelon. We have the Discord of Project Echelon. We got access to their team Discord that they use to communicate in the race. Now, they don't always communicate on Discord, so they're not always talking, but I do want to listen in right now because this is sort of a crucial time. It sounds like some things are starting to pick up. There's Eric Hill, getting to the front as well. So let's listen in on the Project Echelon Discord and see if they're talking about any tactics.
And then we're going to try, Kevin won the community event single-handedly. So if he can just sit out there as long as they can.
We're going to have to whip that reindeer at some point.
Whip the reindeer. Unleash
Send
the reindeer.
Santa to town.
Is that what it was? Is that the code word? Can't remember.
Project Echelon's getting serious. They got code words in Discord.
He doesn't look like he's working that hard up there either.
No, he never looks like he's working hard, man. I feel like if we can keep him at bay within like a quarter mile, then we have a chance. We just have to be ready for the counter then.
There you go. Project Echelon trying to figure out what to do about Jaden Yeager up the road. That was the voice of Eric Hill saying, let's just try and keep it to quarter mile. And then they got to worry about the counterattack. So Project Echelon is well aware of Jaden Yeager up the road. You heard them also talking about Kevin Bouchard Hall last weekend winning solo in the community race. But that was cool to hear some insight into team communication.
Yeah, that's the chess game. They're already planning for. Is that Eric there? They're already planning for the catch from Yeager, and then they're expecting a counterattack from Kevin Bouchard Hall. So that's the game, is kind of playing ahead, knowing what's going to happen the next two steps, the next couple of K after the climb, etc.
Eric Hill showing off his holiday festive setup in the Pain Cave, making sure that he gets points in the holiday competition here in the Echelon Racing League. He's got some serious lights going over his left hand there. And then I like the lights strung up from the rafters as well.
I think he's got to do a little more work on the light decorating the competition.
This is a temporary setup,
Exactly.
Eric, another guy, he's got a lot going on in real life, so
Yes.
I don't know how much time he budgets for interior decorating of his basement for the Virtual Racing League. He's got kids and a job and a beautiful wife at home.
So the decorations are acceptable. We prefer the reindeer, though. His teammates' Pain Cave.
Hill riding up into second position here, doing about 5 watts per kilo, bringing the group with him. Trying to bring back Jaden Yeager. Here's Will Harden in the Pain Cave. I see Rudolph. I see Santa.
Oh, the hat in the ceiling?
Oh, the hat. I love it.
His fan club left him?
Yesterday he had a teammate riding in the opposite direction over his left shoulder. But looks like he has replaced that with some holiday decor today.
Well, seeing that his teammate didn't last very long yesterday, he's like, hey, you're out of here. Decorations are in.
I'm calling up Rudolph. Another good setup for Mike Swart here. He did a much better job with the hanging of the lights from the ceiling than Eric.
Got some
I love the
snowflakes.
stocking. Yeah, you could keep some nutrition in the stocking maybe. Put your gels and bars in there. Reach in for a little treat during the race.
Or maybe your speakers in there.
And you see he's got the microphone up above as well. A lot of riders will use these external microphones so that they can talk with their teammates, like we heard Project Echelon talking on Discord. Matt Usborne back into cell block H. Apparently they do not celebrate the holidays.
Wasn't he in the inside yesterday?
He was. I think he moved into the basement yesterday, so I'm not sure if it was maybe a little colder yesterday, but he's back out on the patio today.
Either way, we're just glad he's here racing today.
The Above and Beyond Cancer team has had an exceptional ride in Racing League last year and again this year. Certainly one of the more organized and more powerful teams in the Echelon Racing League. This is one of the few programs that has shown that they know how to work together in the RGT program. Like, they'll send riders off early and then try and set up another rider. So they're really starting to apply some of those real-life tactics to racing here in RGT. And I don't know if anyone's done it better than the Above and Beyond Cancer team.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, look at yesterday's results. I think Roca just caught those guys off guard because they were, Usborne was either being let out or Bickley. I can't remember. But, when they come across 2-3, that means that they're at least trying to play those sprinting tactics and drafting. And I think Roca just caught them off guard.
Roca caught me off guard. That was an exceptional sprint. You don't see a lot of those in RGT, but Roca had a great ride yesterday.
It's like you can
Sometimes,
get one of those,
Yep.
and then you're a marked man. Aaron Ayala has been lucky enough to get 2 of those in a row, but usually you're marked, and maybe they just couldn't do anything about that. But yeah, these guys for sure will have Roca on their mind moving forward.
I know in the early days of virtual racing, there was always the question of whether the rides were legit or not, right? You've been there. You jump on one of these virtual platforms, and there's people out doing 8, 9, 10 watts per kilo, and you're like, this can't be right. This can't be human. But the Echelon Racing League has a very rigorous and strict protocol to verify the results of all the riders. They have to submit a weigh-in video for each race where the riders have to show their weight on a scale. It has to be a continuous shot, so it can't be edited or anything like that. They have to calibrate the trainers. There's a process to monitor their sort of overall power performance, sort of like a passport program to make sure that there are no abnormal performances, but the performances are legit now in the virtual racing. They've really developed a pretty strict verification program for the power profiles that these riders are putting in. So as virtual racing continues to grow and continues to get more serious, we've seen an investment in the virtual anti-doping field as well.
Yes. Yeah, and as an athlete, I think that's should be a good peace of mind when you're towing the line and you can't see each other, but to know that it's an accurate data and everybody is on even playing ground. That's extremely important.
Looks like this group going to lock in for a while here. I think these riders are pretty comfortable riding in a little peloton here, and they're trying to figure out what to do about Jaden Yeager up the road. We were talking about Above and Beyond Cancer earlier. We also have them on Discord, as Usborne has put on the stunner shades for us now. Let's see if we can listen in on Above and Beyond Cancer's Discord channel. And this happens a lot, where we hear just a lot of heavy.
Keep rest, Brett. You're all good.
So, heard a little bit of encouragement. I heard you're all good. Bickley looks like he's about to fall asleep.
He does. Good poker face.
All right, well, these guys are about as exciting as a bowl of quinoa to listen to. So let's go back out to the field.
Brad and his food. Yeah. When we were listening to Eric earlier, I think he would just like to manage the gap to Yeager, but leave Yeager out there. And Yeager's kind of committed unless he totally sits up. But it sounds like Yeager may want to be out there knowing that Kevin had won last weekend, essentially solo. So, I don't know Kevin Bouchard well enough to know if he is that good of a climber. But, I think Project Echelon has a couple of good guys in the pocket. Zach Nair has raced really aggressively these last couple of weeks. So, this is just good racing right now. Just smart racing, not expend too much energy too fast.
Well, before we came into our pro women's race, or our pro men's race, we stayed with our pro women's race all the way to the end as long as we could, but we did miss some of our top 10 finishes. Want to go back and take a look at those results. We know Jackie Godby got the win. We watched Julia Scalau into second, but it was that battle for third, fourth, and fifth that we were watching earlier. Gabrielle Schumann did hold on for third place at 9.5 minutes down, and then Isler and Ayala, the other battle that we were watching. Project Echelon rider Isler ended up in fourth with Aaron Ayala in fifth, and then Bronwyn McGregor into sixth with Maria Marb rounding out the top 10. But the number I'm always looking at is the watts per kilo. Jackie Godby doing 3.96 watts per kilo. Scalau doing almost a full extra watt per kilo over Godby on the day. So once again, Godby is the more efficient rider at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic.
Yeah, again, we saw that yesterday too. Almost a watt per kilo higher from Scalau, and you know, she's trying. She's definitely trying to make that separation, but Godby's just efficient and just steady. And like you said, she has it figured out.
Two hours and 15 minutes in the saddle for Jackie Godby. That's a long day at the office. It's going to be a long day for Jaden Yeager as well, as he continues solo off the front here. Getting a little boost from our helicopter behind. But Yeager definitely had a plan today, and it did not involve riding with anyone else. If there was one guy that would that you would guess would go solo in a race like this, it would be Jaden Yeager, a virtual racing expert, a Masters time trial national champion, a long-range attacker. I mean, a day like this is tailor-made for a guy like Jaden Yeager.
Yeah, it sounds like he's kind of got the mindset, too, to be out there by himself. You know, a time trialist is quite a different breed than some of the other roles that are in the peloton. There's no way I could suffer that long. But, yeah, they just have a different mindset. And, yeah, Jaden Yeager's just going to be out there and be comfortable knowing that he's got a couple of teammates back there kind of looking after him and watching his back and covering anything that's trying to come across.
Well, Yeager has yet to get a win in the Echelon Racing League yet, but looks like he may be on tap for it today. Usborne currently leading the series, just 5 points ahead of his Above and Beyond Cancer teammate, Brad Bickley. Ben Thomas in third position, and Zach Nair sitting in fourth with 430 points. Jaden Yeager with 387 points right now in the Echelon Racing League. So he would be able to move up depending on where Nair and Thomas finish. I know Zach Nair is in here, Bickley and Usborne as well. I haven't seen Thomas today, but he did race with us yesterday. So Yeager, it won't be enough to move him into the overall lead of the Echelon Racing League if he holds on today, but he should be able to leapfrog Zach Nair depending on where Nair finishes in the group, although Zach Nair also one of the best virtual racers in the country right now. So this will be a great battle to watch in the overall here. A lot of talent inside the top 10 of this men's field, and I would say 10 evenly matched riders on the screen right here. But Usborne, your current series leader, as Jaden Yeager looks to pick up a win and move up today.
Now, I was way wrong earlier. Not way wrong, but you called it and I didn't. But I feel like I'm gonna call it again. I think Jaden Yeager is out here doing early duty, and I think he's going to get caught, and I think we're going to see Zach Nair move up today. I also think that we're going to see Will Harden move up in the overall standings, but that is just me laying it out on the line and calling it now, and hopefully I'm not wrong 2 times in a row.
It's all luck. This whole thing is just a giant guess.
Okay, I'm going to flip my coin, see where it lands.
You saw some of Jaden Yeager's Palmars hanging on his wall in his training area. Some national championship jerseys, some series jerseys from races like the Tour of America's Dairyland.
Yeah, but can he stay away this entire race?
Yeah,
I mean, and with this climb and descent with all the peloton? Come on now.
It's a good question.
Yeah, you're saying yes, or you're saying yes. I agree. I'm curious.
I think he's got a shot. I'll give him a 60% chance of making this work today.
I like 60. That's all right. Okay.
And I say that because Jaden Yeager doesn't do things that Jaden Yeager doesn't think he can win. If Jaden Yeager goes on the attack, it's because he feels good. It's not a test attack. He's not just testing the legs or seeing. He knows exactly what he can do. So, I would not be surprised to see Jaden Yeager pull this off, especially knowing that Kevin Bouchard-Hall won solo out of the Community League race. Obviously, a lot more talent in our Pro League, a higher level of competition, but it shows that a solo rider can win out of the group here. Let's check in with some of our other races on course. We've been talking about the Pro Man, but we also have our para and hand cycling racing going on now. This is Perrin-Gau, our winner yesterday in the para competition, back out on the roads here in the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Again, this will be our C classification riders in the paracycling, and then our H classification riders have their own separate virtual race in their own separate virtual world. So they won't see the hand cyclists out on course here as we're watching the paracyclists. And here's a look at Dennis right now. I think he has a jersey on, the Paralyzed Veterans of America Racing Team. He's making sure he's on Zoom. Thanks, Dennis. So Perrin-Gau at the front of the paras. Our hand cycling competition looking very similar to yesterday as well, but we did add some new riders in this one. Pomeroy, a new addition into second position, but Kuhlman, our winner yesterday, dominating again today. And man, those hand cycles look good outside of Durango.
Yes, they do, Brad. It looks really good. Yeah, Kuhlman's definitely got a pretty significant lead here on Pomeroy, but, just showing up, that's what it's about. That's half the battle.
You see Sander from the ASC Olympia team on the left side of your screen. It's cool seeing the different hand cycling setups that the riders have. I was looking at his gearing yesterday as we talked about the front chain rings, and then he'll have access to a full cassette at the bottom of that chain, which would be closer to where his feet are. But the customization of these machines are pretty incredible. Looks like a few more riders jumping into our para and hand cycling Zoom room. Jackie Jones making an appearance in the bottom right. You see one rider with the camelback here. That would be a change that a lot of the hand cyclists make because obviously their hands are occupied racing during the competition. So a lot of them favor the camelback to stay hydrated, stay fueled up so that they don't have to stop pedaling.
Smart move.
So Kuhlman with a pretty good lead, 1.1K over Pomeroy, and then another 3K back to Jones. And I think Bryant had a early mechanical in the race that cost some time early on. So there's Pomeroy at about 2.5 watts per kilo, the American in the H3 category here. Back to Jones as well from Paralyzed Veterans of America Racing Team. Just like we saw in our pro women's races, once you get stuck in a situation where you're all alone on RGT, on the roads outside of Durango, it gets really, really tough to hold that steady power. But I'm watching the power meter at Jones here doing a great job holding this steady, right around 110 to 120. But you don't see a lot of fluctuation in those power numbers, so just doing a really good job holding it steady here.
Right, especially knowing that you've got another 6 kilometers to go. Yeah, it's all about keeping it steady.
I mean, just look at the power profile in the upper left. One tiny bump in the profile, but otherwise been almost perfect in holding that wattage steady. Back to Bryant on the brutal 6.4% gradient. This goes up to about 9% at one point. I think the max official gradient is like 8.6 or 8.7, something like that. But depending where on the switchback you ride it, it may go more than that. Bryant giving us the low to the ground view on our zoom camera. This is a good look at the custom frames that they have underneath them. I think this would be a carbon mold that he's riding here. Then you see the 2 rear wheels, usually 700C wheels, the same size that our able-bodied riders would use on their bikes, but they use 2 front wheels for the back rear wheels. Obviously, those don't have a free hub body on them. They wouldn't have a cassette on them. That is located up front on the hand cycles, so cool to see some of those machines. Back up at the front of our elite men's field, Jaeger holding on to a 750-meter gap. If there was ever a time to use a Jaeger bomb joke, it's right now. This is the long bomb for Jaden Jaeger.
Good one. That's a good one.
He's really taking his shot right now.
Oh, come on. Go on. What else you got?
That's all I got. I've been writing those jokes for 3 days. I only came up with 2. So. Jaeger coasting. This is like after you take a shot of Jaeger and say, it's smooth. So smooth. Into the super tuck.
I'm so glad we have the Echelon Racing League to play out this good commentary. You're teaching me so much right now, Brad.
Jaeger's this TV must be pretty far ahead of him. I'm noticing he looks like way up when he looks at the screen. I don't know if he has a projector or what the setup is like. Certainly not on his laptop, that's for sure.
Right? Yep. Yeah. Just or further away, but it mimics the real world position. Yeah. Looking up the road.
Looks like a little separation back here. This is going to be the race for second place, and I'll go ahead and call this 7 riders clear. That's Lindstrom in 8th, so Jaeger in first. That would put 7 riders in this group, and boy, this is a good group. Safazada, Bouchard Hall, Harden, Nair, Jim Rozic in there as well, and Brad Bickley. So Usborne noticeably missing from this group. When you start to talk about the implications of the overall here, having your series leader missing a move, you see Usborne down in 9th place, so he is at the front of the chasing group right now trying to get in here. Usborne missed the break, but he wants to be here, so he's trying to go across the gap right now. I would imagine Bickley will do what he can to try to slow this group down, but the other guys in this group have to be thinking, hey, we got the series leader caught out here. Let's try and push this a little bit. And look, Bickley is going to the back. He's just trying to hold on for his teammate Matt Usborne. Great teamwork here from Above and Beyond Cancer.
Yeah, and again, what I think we'll see, like we saw between Shalau and Godby, we'll see that separation up and over the climb, but then I would imagine on the downhill and on the flats, it'll come back together a bit, and just, the difference maybe we'll continue to see separation, and the 1s and 2s kind of fall off the back. Maybe Usborne is more of a sprinter, and it'll be harder for him to stay up with this group up and over the climb is the hope of Zach Neer and Kevin Bouchard Hall, etc. So yeah, this is racing at its best right now.
And Usborne is about to make it. Take a look at the gap. He is right there, just behind. So Usborne about to get back up in this group. Bickley waited as long as he could, and I think it's going to pay off for Above and Beyond Cancer as Usborne will come up into the group with Beek and Copsey going to join as well. So this group just got a lot bigger. Let's listen in to their Discord, the Above and Beyond Cancer team, see if they're talking about the situation here. Actually, let's listen to Project Echelon here, because I think they're going to have more to say about the situation changing here.
We're 160 meters back.
They're talking about the distance. He said 160 meters back. I'm not sure if they're not talking about Jaeger. He's 520 up the road. They might have been talking about the Usborne group trying to come up.
I got to keep the speed up.
Okay, that's fine. If we get back, we get back. If we don't, we don't.
What else can you say? If we get back, we back. If we don't, we don't. I think that was Zach Nair talking to Eric Hill here.
I wonder if they were wanting to catch Jaeger at the top of the climb or at the base, or coming back down the descent, huh? Or even just bring that gap down a bit.
Nair tongue out on the trainer. Another experienced virtual rider. He has been writing columns on the power profiles of various virtual racing performances. Zach was also the director sportif for our esports world championship team. Did a little bit of coaching and advice to the riders in game. So he has a good understanding of the physics and gameplay on RGT in the Echelon Racing League.
Brad, someone else I saw up here, a name you'll remember from yesterday, is Roca is up here as well.
Oh yeah, there you go. The black jersey of the Gotham Greens presented by Verge Sport Kit. Into fourth position right now. That just goes to show you it was not a fluke for Roca yesterday. That was not a lucky ride. This guy obviously has the legs to do it. Somebody jumping out of the group. Copsey trying to go clear, keeping these riders on their toes. Wondering if he thinks he's going to go across to Jaeger here, if he thinks he can make up a 540-meter gap alone. And here you go, Copsey putting in a huge effort.
This is the pain face I was talking about earlier. When you have a Zoom call directly on you, you know, it's okay to have that face. That means you're giving her.
I think now he's waiting to see if anybody's going to join him. Then he wants to come up with him, try and work together. But man, grinding for Copsey here, just under 5 watts per kilo. He did make up a little time. He brought it under 500 meters up to Jaeger, but he's going to need more than that. If Bouchard Hall and Copsey can link up together, watch out. Remember, Bouchard Hall, the winner of the Community League race. Very strong coming into this one, but they will get absorbed. Now, it did lift the overall pace. They did bring time back to Jaeger. They were hovering at about 600 meters. Now they're down to a 500-meter average gap up to Jaden Jaeger. So, if nothing else, Copsey succeeded in dragging this group about 100 meters closer to the race lead.
Yeah, but the effort that it took to to close that gap just a little bit, since he made an attack, you'll probably see that gap open up a little bit again, because everybody now has caught him, and they're going to relax and wait, because they don't want to attack. You want to slowly bring that group back, or bring Jaeger back. Otherwise, you're just going to attack each other the wrong way.
Kevin Bouchard Hall on the keyboard there. Not sure if he's typing a message to a teammate There is a in-game chat, or a lot of riders will just use text on Discord because maybe they're listening to music. It's a little harder to communicate with the voice feature. So interesting to see him jumping on the keyboard and firing off a message. Maybe he's just knocking out some emails. Who knows? Getting ahead of things.
Well, he is teammates with Jaeger. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So if I was him, if I'm Kevin, I'm probably messaging Jaeger right now to say, hey, look, a couple of counter or attacks are happening, but stay the course.
Right, so as Jaeger continues to push on the front here, and the field tries to figure out what to do about this 500-meter lead with 34 kilometers of racing to go. Let's take a short break in our pro men's race as these riders race their way to Silverton, and we'll leave you with some pictures of the legendary Durango to Silverton narrow gauge railroad. The 3-foot narrow gauge railroad originally opened in 1882 by the Denver and Rio Grande Western Railroad, and so cool to see this train in RGT. They're going to be linking back up with it when we come back from break in the Echelon Racing League.
Come on, move. Of course, there aren't any spots. A few minutes won't hurt anybody. Thanks, Grandma.
Paralyzed Veterans of America works tirelessly every day to create a more accessible America. Let's leave the accessible spaces to the people who actually need them. Whatever the reason, excuses don't excuse. Join PVA and be part of the solution. Honor the spot.
Welcome back, picking up Jaden Jaeger at the front of our pro men's race here, and the gap is coming down significantly for Jaeger here, down to 300 meters. Before we went to break, he had a 500-meter lead, so Hardin, Usborne, and Bickley have now successfully brought back 200 meters to Jaden Jaeger, so his lead may be starting to fade here, Lauren, down to 300 meters now for Jaeger, and again, this was a bold move from the start. I mean, it took some guts to do what Jaden Jaeger did.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and again, we're looking back at maybe a couple of moves ahead, and maybe Kevin Bouchard Hall is going to go on the next time around on the climb. But this is also what we saw in the women's race is slowly bringing back that leader on this backside of the course. So the climb definitely shakes things up, and then coming back on the descent, it's a slow drag to bring that rider, that lead rider back.
This train of riders working together to bring back Jaeger here. Does have some teammates we talked about, riders like Kevin Bouchard Hall, you see on the right-hand side of the picture there going by. So they're not going to be doing much work at the front. That's the Restart Racing riders in sort of the greenish-blue color. Project Echelon also has a greenish-blue jersey, but Restart is a little more green than blue. Kevin Bouchard Hall in 12th place there. You see his jersey, and then Zach Nair has a little lighter bluish-green for Project Echelon. So don't expect to see Bouchard Hall near the front of this group. Just like in real life racing, if you've got a teammate up the road, your job is to sit on the group. You want to be in it, but you don't want to contribute to this group. So there's not much that Bouchard Hall can do right now other than wait. Let these guys do the riding that they want to do. He's going to let Matt Usborne sort of wear himself out on the front, and then Bouchard Hall says, hey, if you want to drag me up to my teammate, that's fine, but you're going to do the work to get us there, and when we get there, I'm going to have fresher legs. So they have another card to play for Restart Racing and Kevin Bouchard Hall if this catch is made. I want to take a little time to say thank you again to some of our sponsors of today's Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, including Alpine Bank. From summits to city centers, there's an Alpine Bank near you. For almost 50 years, Alpine Bank, member FDIC, has been giving back to the Colorado communities they serve, from Denver to Durango and Boulder to Battlement and Mesa. It's employee-owned. And they subscribe to social and environmental responsibilities and give generously with their time and talent. Since opening its doors in Durango in 2005, the bank has been a proud partner of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. At Alpine Bank, banking is more than just a product or service, it's a relationship. And we'll also say thank you to Coca-Cola. And our partner, Durango Coca-Cola, a third-generation, local, family-owned business serving the Durango community for over 100 years, a long-standing partner of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Durango Coke sponsors the competitive Coca-Cola Road Race to Silverton. If you've had a Coca-Cola product in Durango, you've helped support many organizations, including the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. So if you're a competitive racer, you can register for the Durango Coca-Cola Road Race at ironhorsebicycleclassic.com. And again, all kinds of activities, even if you're not a competitive road racer. We talked about the Cruiser Crit, the Sprite Kids Race, the Quarter Horse to Purgatory Ride, and of course, the e-bike routes. The tour up to Silverton, the Quarter Horse e-bike, and if dirt is more your style, they have the La Strada La Plata gravel race, and of course, the Subaru mountain bike race. It wouldn't be a bike race in Durango without some mountain biking. You can enjoy Durango's newest trails on Ewing Mesa, the mountain bike race that attracts local Olympians and national caliber racers from all over. Your race category will determine how many laps of this fun and challenging course you'll complete in the Subaru mountain bike race. Spectator-friendly environment provides the ultimate atmosphere to finish your Iron Horse Bicycle Classic weekend.
Durango's also been home to mountain bike world championships, I think back in 1990.
Yeah.
Also been the host of single speed world championships. You want to talk about something different and unique. That was quite the scene. I did not race, but I did go and spectate and had a heck of a time. Durango's got everything, a little bit of everything. If you're a cyclist, an outdoor enthusiast, whatever you want, it's right there in town.
We talked about the easy access to places like Silverton, Ouray, Purgatory Ski Resort, just north of downtown Durango. Purgatory, the finish line for the Iron Horse Classic's Quarter Horse race. Riders will enjoy a peaceful pedal through the Animas River Valley before ascending into the heart of the majestic San Juan Mountains, tackling 25 miles of pavement and just over 2,300 feet of vertical climbing before finishing among the food, fun, and festivities in the Village Plaza. Costumes are encouraged for that one to celebrate the spirit of this fun event. And e-bikers will rejoice with the addition of the e-bike Quarter Horse for easy access after the event. You can stay right at Purgatory Resort and enjoy convenient accommodations such as the outdoor heated pool, relaxing hot tubs, and more. Book online at purgatory.com. That sounds pretty good. Finish up the ride, head straight to the hotel, and then take a lap in the outdoor heated pool.
We know where we'll find Brad.
Jane Yeager's probably thinking about a dip in the pool right about now. Got to be getting hot out in front. And his gap is coming down, so I think Jaeger's going to get caught at some point relatively soon here. When you see a gap like this trending the wrong direction from 500 meters down to 400, 400 down to 300, I think Jaeger sees the writing on the wall here, and he may fold a hand of poker here. Just try and play a bigger hand later on.
Yeah, essentially since this race started, or since we started from the women's race and came over, he's been out front. So, you know, hour 20 in, that's a significant amount of time out solo. Yes, getting reeled back in slowly but surely. Did his part, doing his job for the day.
So a little chance to relax, wait for Bickley and Harden to come up and catch him. But, yeah, just a matter of time. So a good chance to reload, grab some water, maybe grab some snacks, stretch out a little bit, rest up, and then jump onto these wheels. You can see Jaeger just in the distance of Will Harden here at the bottom right of your picture. So it's going to happen. Jaeger will get caught. We are going to come back together. But Jaden Jaeger not panicking yet. He's a smart guy. Jaeger is an engineer when he's not racing on the bike. He is like an industrial structural engineer. He builds bridges and huge buildings and big pieces of infrastructure, things like that. When I first met Jaden at the Tour of America's Dairyland, he was coming from work. He had just left the office, changed out of the suit and tie, and he was reading a book about steel. It was like the great book of steel, and he was reading about all the different types of steel and the tolerances and the different alloys that go into it. And I was like, man, that looks like some really interesting stuff. But turned out he was working on a gigantic bridge project at the time that it ended up being really interesting. So he's an interesting guy, obviously a smart guy as well.
Like you said, so many other stories of what these athletes do off the bike, and that is the beauty of cycling, is your community is all around you, and what a great way to know your community than to join your local bike ride. And Brad, if I'm not mistaken, Jaeger has 2 teammates in this group, does he not?
I know Kevin Bouchard-Hall is there, and then Jim Rozic, I think, is the other one on Restart Racing. So, yeah, 2 of those jerseys in there. Speaking of our community of bike racers, don't forget about the Echelon Racing League Community Series, where riders of all abilities can race on the exact same courses that the pros do a week before our Echelon Racing League Pro Series. You can register at Echelon Racing League. It is free to race, and RGT is free as well. So if you want to jump on and take a look at this course, these courses will also be available to any community riders that want to take a look at it afterwards. So if you're watching today and you think you can do better, jump on the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic course. Let me know how that goes for you. Next event, Tour of the Gila, January 2nd. I'll be there. Lauren will be there. And we would love to announce you at the start line.
That's right.
Virtual racing is one of those things, Lauren, that is super easy to watch. You look at it and you're like, well, just pedal a little harder, right? How hard can it be to put an extra 10 watts out there, or 15 watts? But it's so physically and mentally taxing that it really is an endurance sport in virtual racing. Even though these races are relatively short, they've only been racing for about an hour and a half now. 25K of racing to go means they'll be done within 2 hours. But it's an intense 2 hours of racing when you're talking about a trainer race.
No doubt. Just go try and sit on the trainer for 10 minutes. You said a casual 4 watts per kilo earlier. and get back to us and see how it goes. It's not easy at all. We just get to see them trying, basically their poker face and doing the best that they can. But in reality, it is extremely difficult. I like Jim Rozic's setup here.
Yeah, he raced in the jersey that you see hanging from his ceiling in season 1. He was wearing the vest and tie jersey, but I think he maybe upgraded since signing to the Restart Racing team. He's got a little light action going. Some festivity for Jim Rozic here in the Pain Cave.
Disco.
I like it. And he led that charge, got up to the front after they brought back Jaden Jaeger. Now Kevin Bouchard-Hall leading tempo. got the straw going. That's one I have not seen. I guess there's really no reason to have the bottle. I mean, you know, it's not like you're putting it back in the cage. You got a table next to you. There's no reason you can't enjoy a cup and straw.
Yeah, I was wondering if he put in an attack earlier just to kind of keep everybody on their toes or to keep it hard leading into the climb again for Kevin. Just totally guessing here.
You see the focus for Bouchard Hall as well. Even though these guys are riding in a group, again, you have to stay on the gas and knowing what you're looking at, knowing who's ahead of you. Take a look at Charlie Beek for the Team Tour 2000 Kala squad. This was the team of Ben Thomas we were talking about earlier. And Beek has made this selection, but appears to be the only Tour 2000 rider in here. So no teammates for him. That'll change things a little bit. That Team Tour 2000 squad, a British team. Not sure where in the UK he is.
Yeah.
Another part of virtual racing, I deal with the different time zones. It's just before 8 p.m. in London right now. Or I guess that would be 20 o'clock in old money in the official time. Wherever this rider is, he's still got daylight. Little sun peeking through the window here. Look at Sam Hogman up here, the Hugh Dog racing rider. They've had some good results in the Echelon racing. Another returning team from season 1. Built their squad up, expanded a little bit. And got one up into this front group. Little attack from Jim Rozic here. Bottom right hand of your picture. There you go. Soigneur shows up just in time. Jim Rozic and Harden.
I think Restart Racing just wants to keep this pretty aggressive for the rest of the race. I mean, they're under last 25K to go. Will Harden's definitely going to respond and keep Zach protected it back there, and I still love Rudolph back there. Big fan of Rudolph.
Restart definitely had a plan coming into this one as well. I mean, they knew what they were doing, sending Jaeger off, and then the way that Jim Rozic is riding here tells me that their plan definitely involves trying to split this or keep it as tough as they can, use the climb to their advantage. So Jim Rozic launching the second big move of the day for Restart Racing, and that's causing Brad Bickley to have to get out of the saddle to cover this one.
And Brad, this group has just whittled down. That Peloton was pretty extensive going when we first started. It's been such a race of attrition. This climb's no joke. Like Godby said, it's at least 8 minutes of just lights out.
Yep, and look how the shape of this group has changed into a single file formation as Oosborn hits the front now for Above and Beyond Cancer. He says, all right, you guys want to race? Let's race. You want to pick up the tempo? Let's pick up the tempo. That's putting some riders in trouble at the back. I see Nair in 10th and then Beek a little behind him in 11th. I'm not sure if that's Beek getting gapped off the back or not. There might be one more rider behind him. Oh, it's Jaeger back there coming unglued. You can just barely see the avatar of Jaden Jaeger starting to drift off. He goes into the yellow zone to get back in, so he will regain contact. But, I'm wondering if Jaeger might be paying for the check that he wrote an hour ago.
No doubt. Of course he is. Yes. And he's going to need a little bit of assistance. And this climb, this little bump here is not going to help anything. He needs a downhill advantage right now.
Bouchard Hall up into second position on the front. And this may just be riders dropping off one by one. We'll see when they get onto the climb. I think that's going to be the decisive feature, the decisive part of this course when this road starts going uphill. And yeah, Jaeger starting to yo-yo back and forth off the back. That's a bad sign. Up to Will Harden, taking a little look off the front here for Project Echelon. Just like that, Jim Rozic going to go with him. These two guys definitely have the same goal. Both of these guys have been super aggressive today, riding on the front. So I think Harden and Jim Rozic are the workhorses for their two teams. Safrazada coming up now as well in the red jersey. We haven't talked much about draft racing. That is the red jersey of Safrazada here you see moving up into the group. So a lot of draft racing in Season 1 of the Echelon Racing League. They're back for a second season of racing as well. So Bruce Bird in Season 1. He was back for us early in Season 2, but Safrazada flying the draft racing flag today and getting up into this group. Usborne joins
Brad,
them now.
Good little bit of a, that's a small break, but everybody's kind of represented up there. You know, I don't know if this is going to stay away, but everybody's definitely on edge and wanting to be towards the front.
Boy, blue and green is hot this season.
Yeah.
Hugh Dog
Jaeger has found
restart.
The front again.
Just back and forth. Now, Jaeger would be the guy that would be able to recover a little bit here and then launch another one. I would not be surprised to see him put another dig in here. Just takes a little bit of time. You just need that little bit of rest to get out of the sort of red zones and then get back into the orange or yellow zone to try to recover and relax a little bit. Things slowing down here a little bit. That's because they're on a 6% gradient, Brad. First time watching a bike race?
Well, and also because they had just attacked each other there for the last 2 or 3 kilometers, or 3 to 5 kilometers. So, yeah, setting themselves up for the climb and kind of, you know, Usborne gets up here. You get some of these guys that are like, hey, can we just go steady on the climb? And then you're going to have a couple of climbers be like, no, I think I want to attack and make it hard. And so you have that difference in tactics and riding style. You never want to see a climber go to the front on a climb. Just like, oh boy, here we go.
So 12 riders in this front group. And we're looking at 9 of them on the screen to your right here. I love being able to see everybody in this group. It gives it a much more realistic feel. It's much more like real-life racing, being able to see the physical effort that these guys are putting in on their zoom cameras on the trainer. So really cool to have this matching up with our group on the road and our group in the Zoom room as well. Noticing Nair hanging out at the back quite a bit for Project Echelon. I think that is on purpose. I don't think Nair is struggling quite yet. Jim Rozic going again, applying a little more pressure. You see him in the bottom left of the live cameras out of the saddle in his all-black kit. And look, that's causing the other guys to respond. Look at all the riders getting out of the saddle now.
Yeah. I see Jaeger up.
Usborne. And Jim Rosick turned into a great domestique here for Restart Racing. And I say domestique because I don't think this is a race-winning attack. What he's trying to do is soften these guys up for the other ones. He's trying to get rid of guys like Zach Nair or Matt Usborne, trying to wear them out, trying to force them to attack and put them sort of on their heels, put them on the ropes.
And one of the things when you get on a climb, someone that may be a better climber than not, the climbers want to go their pace and at their speed. And so what's happening is basically they're putting the climbers under pressure and making them get out of their comfort zone and testing them. So yeah, this is good racing.
Hugh Dog Racing's Craig Loinstra joining that little attack on the front and now sustaining this in the red zone. The Canadian working hard here on the front for Hugh Dog. He's got Kevin Bouchard-Hall stuck in the gap, but look at this, almost an equidistant gap between first and second, second and third, third and fourth, and fourth and fifth. It's on right now. Loinstra is really starting to string this out here. Look how many guys are in the red zone on the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the race camera. And they just started climbing. Elevation profile in the upper right corner. They still got a lot to go. Bouchard-Hall might be the only guy that can hold on to the wheel of Loinstra here at 18 kilometers of racing remaining. Now remember, once they get to the other side of this climb, a lot of those kilometers will melt away very quickly on the fast downhill, the descent, before it flattens out and gets to the line. We saw this with Jackie Godby in her race-winning ride, able to use that descent to her advantage. So don't count out Bouchard-Hall, Jim Rosick, Bickley, Nair. Those guys are still in it right now. They're only 90, 100 meters back, but Loinstra is certainly putting them on notice.
Bouchard-Hall is giving her right now. Every time his downstroke of his left foot, you would just see sweat just dripping off of his hat. His head down. You know, he's doing everything right now to cover this break. So is Loinstra. I mean, look at this is great racing, Brad. This is so good to see. This is so aggressive right now, and I don't envy them whatsoever.
Second group going to lock in together. Safanzada, Jamrazic, Nair, Bickley, Harden, Copsey are all together. They have locked into a second group. So Bouchard-Hall is now stuck in the gap between Loinstra and Safanzada and company. Bouchard-Hall now has to make a decision. Do I get up to Loinstra or do I just sit on, try and hold in the gap? You can see how far apart this group has become in the upper right corner of the race footage. Those white dots all represent a different rider in the group. So there you go. Great example. Usborne letting a little space open up. Roca going to get up onto the wheel and just try and hold there into 10th spot. Jaden Yeager drifting back. So Yeager has missed the move. He's out of this one. Jaden Yeager has now gone 130 meters back from these guys. So it was the final climb of the day that finally spit Jaden Yeager out of the back of the group.
Good ride, though. I mean, that's job done. Job well done.
Totally.
Doing his part. Now it's up to Kevin, honestly, and Jim Razak, you know, to cover and to represent. So, you know, Yeager can sit back and it's like, all right, boys, it's all you now. Did my part. Yep. Early work's done.
Well, remember, Bouchard-Hall already has one victory in the Echelon Racing League. The Echelon Racing Pro League, I should say, if you count his Community League victory last week. Adds another one to the Palmars, but again, this is our first road race of the season in the Echelon Racing League Pro Series, so this is our first real read on what the longer day of racing is like and how that'll play out. Hour 40 in the saddle for these guys so far, as Loinstra just about to make it to the top of this climb. Bouchard-Hall will be about 130 meters back behind him, so he did lose time on this climb to Loinstra, as now Loinstra will begin the descent on the way down with 16.5K to go to the line. Can he hold on to a 140-meter gap with 16K to go? That is not a lot of space, relatively speaking, Lauren, on the way down, especially when it gets onto the flats. If Bouchard Hall gets any company behind him, they'll be able to close that 150-meter gap, no problem on the flats. But if Bouchard Hall is alone when they get to the bottom of this climb, that is a whole different scenario. So this descent is going to be key on the way into the finish line.
I was going to say, it looks like Lundstrøm and Kevin Bouchard look like they're evenly weight matched. And Lundstrøm is definitely not sitting up over the climb whatsoever, and Kevin's still giving her. So it's interesting. Again, I just wonder if we're just going to see that on the descent, on the backside, on the downhill, that power to weight advantage for some of those guys behind them. Maybe this is a good setup for Jim Razrick.
Well, as we get into the final 15 kilometers of racing, I want to thank our host cities one more time here in the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Without the support of towns like Durango, Silverton, Ouray, we would not be able to put on races like this in real life. So really looking forward to getting back to our great mountain towns in person when we return for the 2021 Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, again celebrating their 50th anniversary. I know we are really looking forward to being back in Durango to help them celebrate. Race dates this year from May 28th to 30th in 2022. And registration is open now. So if you want to race, now's the time to sign up. You can do that at ironhorsebicycleclassic.com, and we'll see you in Durango in May. I'm looking forward to seeing Ouray. I've never been to. I want to go to the hot springs out there. That sounds awesome.
It's absolutely gorgeous. It's just this beautiful box canyon. There's just mountains all around, and nice restaurants, rooftop restaurants, and you just get a 360 view of this amazing layout. It's breathtaking. Not only because you're at 9,000 feet, but also because it's beautiful. 63K an hour
up in Ouray as well. Their history and culture are integral to the community and source of great pride up there. Incorporated in 1876, Ouray was an important supply center for the surrounding mining regions from 1886 to 1915 due to its central location. The historic district was established in 1983 and encompasses nearly the entire historic town site. Unlike a lot of the other mining towns, Ouray never had large fires within the city, so it preserved a lot of the historically significant buildings, which are a foundation of the city's character and charm. So, shop, dine, and lodge in Ouray. All right, Safanzada into third position here. The draft racing rider, looking to bring back a 170-meter gap up to Bouchard Hall. Now, they are on the way down here, 13.6K to go. You were talking about the speeds in excess of 60 kilometers an hour on the 7% gradient on the way down. This one's going to be over in just a few minutes here, Lauren, and things looking really good for Lindstrøm up at the front. He opened more time over Kevin Bouchard Hall on the way down. Safanzada has Bickley on his wheel, 60 meters back. Jim Rozic and Nair are also on the wheel, and then a pretty good gap back to Harden. So now we're seeing 3, 4, 5, and 6 separate from 7, 8, and 9. 3 is alone, 2 is alone, and Lindstrøm, your race leader, alone up at the front of the bike race as well.
Yeah, but just like, that's the question. Is it too soon for Lundstrøm? Like only 400 meters in front of Kevin, and then kind of no man's land for Safanzada, and then the three guys, Zach and Bickley and Jim Razrick behind them. If those guys can connect with Safanzada, and then they catch, again, it's just like I don't know. I think it's going to come down to those guys in a small group sprint for sure. That's my bet.
12K to go for Lindstrøm up on the front. having a great ride in the virtual world. Here's Jemrozik making the pass on Safanzada back behind his Dan Jemrozik moves up into the third spot. What a great ride he's having for the Restart Racing team today. And there is Luka Jemrozik. His formal attire, waiting for the podium celebration.
He didn't even have the ceiling fan on.
No.
Looks a little chilly. Does he have a hat on?
He's wearing a hat, yeah, of some kind. I'm not sure if it's a headband or a full hat or whatever. Zach Nair going with the sweatband to keep his hair out of the way.
Come on, Zach. I called you today. Let's go. Don't let me down.
No pressure.
Don't let me down. Don't fail me now.
And then Bickley here into the red zone trying to get back into the group. So this group of 4 now forming in what is going to be the race for third place unless they can get up to Kevin Bouchard Hall before this one ends. But I don't think they will. I think Bouchard Hall is going to hold on to his roughly 200-meter lead over these guys. You see him at 230, 235, 240 now ahead of this group. So I think Kevin Bouchard Hall is pretty safe in second position, but still 11 kilometers of racing to go. A lot of it is going to depend on how these guys race, how those 4 cooperate, and what their racing style is like, whether they try and bring Bouchard Hall back or if they just start racing against each other. But here's Lindstrom at the front, 230 meters ahead of Kevin Bouchard Hall with 10.5 kilometers to go.
I don't know. I think Lindstrom needs a bigger gap than that to hold off the guys running into the finish with 10K to go. Like you said, to be determined on how the guys are racing behind him. And when you're at Lundström, you're not thinking about them, you're thinking about the finish line.
Our finish today brought to you by Morehart Murphy. Race fans can get the unparalleled performance of a new Subaru right there in Durango at their new state-of-the-art Morehart Murphy Subaru facility. A lineup of all-wheel drive Subaru vehicles that can't be beat, from the capability of the new Outback Wilderness Edition to the sporty Crosstrek. New Subaru is perfect for the Four Corners lifestyle. At Morehart Murphy Subaru, we go the extra mile to take care of you and your car. Stop in today for your next Subaru at our new location in Three Springs, Durango, or online at moreheartmurphysubaru.com. So great look at our 2 leaders on course. Bouchard Hall on the right side of your screen, Lindstrom on the left side, and it's really just a waiting game right now for Lindstrom, trying to hold off Bouchard Hall. They're both locked into the yellow power zone here, so pretty equal in terms of the power that they're putting in. And I got to say, Lauren, with each passing kilometer, I'm liking Lindstrom better and better for a win here.
You called it in the women's race, and I was wrong. And there's no doubt that there's a good chance that I could be wrong in this race too. Yeah, I mean, the guys are 600 meters behind him, so he's opening up a gap, or he's keeping that gap established. It's impressive riding by Lundstrom right now.
Bouchard Hall does not have him in sight. Yeah.
You just gotta keep pushing to the finish. I mean, you can't. It's too close to the finish now to sit up and maybe try and go again. If he can't get Lundstrom back, it's like you said, you can't see him, doesn't have him in sight. So it's just head down for the next 9K essentially, and enjoy your pain cave that you've created for yourself.
A literal hats off to Kevin Bouchard Hall for his performance today. Gap coming down a little bit. If he can get this under 200 meters, that'll represent some progress. But needs to start trending that way soon. We need to start seeing Bouchard Hall bringing back time to Lindstrom. Lindstrom doing a much higher cadence than Bouchard Hall.
And it seems like Lindstrom also has kind of settled in. When he pushed so hard up and over the climb, it just looked, had a good suffer face going, but now it looks like he's down on the flats and just really settling into this power. Just head down, time trial, the last 8K, all or
Yeah.
nothing. Let's go.
Well, it's days like this and rides like this that make me thankful I'm on this side of the microphone for virtual racing, because the pain that goes into these last 8 kilometers for these two guys, maybe unparalleled anywhere else in cycling. I mean, when you get on the trainer and you're in this locked-in mode, just watching this screen in front of you, it's very similar, like you talked about, Lauren, to a VO2 max test in this sort of laboratory setting where it's all about how much you can punish yourself.
No doubt. And whoever wins this race, I mean, what a gratifying day to have such I mean, you've extended yourself. You're almost 2 hours on a trainer. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time sitting still, pedaling hard.
If nothing else, you got a heck of a workout in.
Exactly.
I think we had all our full of their race today. Roca back to the front. What a great ride yesterday. I'm sure he'll be wanting to test his sprint legs again today, but unfortunately it looks like it's going to be for third because the gap has now grown up to Kevin Bouchard-Hall. He's not coming back. Bouchard-Hall is safe, I'll say, in second place, and this is going to be the race for third. Here goes Roca right on cue. It's like as soon as the camera gets on him, he knows to start lifting the wattage. I thought these guys might chill in the race for third and then just try and sprint it out. I figured they were all tired from yesterday, maybe try and strike a truce, but Roca throwing a wrench in those plans as he goes on the attack, lifting the tempo for everyone else.
Yeah, I just feel like they're so close to second place that, you know, that is worth bringing back or making an effort to bring back. You still have 7K.
I'm not sure what the math is like in virtual racing. We haven't done enough to really develop a formula. I know in road racing we always use the 10-second per kilometer rule, right? A chasing field can bring back about 10 seconds per K of racing, but I'm not sure if that's the same in virtual racing or not. We'll have to go back and look at the data on that one.
Brad, I just go off a feel. I feel like we can bring this back. I feel like they should be able to bring this back.
Linstra must be feeling good. 250 meters over Kevin Bouchard-Hall right now.
Man, these guys are just almost cruising 50K an hour.
And I love that Linstra is still getting out of the saddle. I think he probably has a target watt per kilo or a target wattage zone that he wants to be in, and he's trying to keep it there. There's really no reason. It's not like he's responding to another move when you see him jump out of the saddle. So what he's probably doing is watching his wattage, and when it drops below a certain number, that's when he jumps out of the saddle to lift that power back into the zone that he wants to be in.
Kevin's just not even looking up.
Wow.
He's lights out.
Yeah. Well, and it worked. As he put his head down, he brought back 50 meters to Linstra. Linstra coasting a little bit. See if Bouchard-Hall can get this under 200 meters. 5K to go for Linstra on the front.
Almost 80K of racing, and they're now just holding like 6 watts per kilo. That is so impressive.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what the winner's average is out there today. Whatever it is, it's going to be huge, because there are not a lot of places except for that downhill where you can rest on this course. So, and that downhill goes away pretty quickly when you're descending at 60 kilometers an hour. So Bouchard-Hall on the right, Linstra on the left. And I just do not see this one coming back quickly enough for Kevin Bouchard-Hall. What a ride from Restart Racing today, though. Starting with Jaden Yeager, then Jem Rozic goes. They finally launched Bouchard Hall off the front. Except for this pesky Lindstrom off the front, I think things pretty much went as good as they could for Restart today. I mean, they set up Bouchard Hall perfectly, didn't have to do anything early. Jaden Yeager did his job, forced the other guys to chase, and then Bouchard Hall, I mean, could really launch, I'm guessing, pretty close to where he wanted to.
Yeah, they probably weren't expecting Lundström to have such a good climb or to even know that he was out there. So, yeah, that was a good race by those guys. And hopefully Kevin can finish it off for him on that second step on the podium. You kind of look at these two riders are pretty evenly matched on watts and heart rate and cadence. Like, they're just going to stay right there all the way to the finish unless somebody has a catastrophe.
Lindstrom down to 3.5K to go now. Pancake flat to the line. A little bit of a descent. Nice 2% gradient on the way down. See if these guys get in under 2 hours. I think Lindstrom going to go just over 2 in the saddle today.
He is hurting.
Yeah.
Like you said, I'm glad I'm sitting where I am sitting, and he is where he is.
His face says he looks like he's in really bad shape, but his pedal stroke is still really good. I mean, his upper body is still pretty stiff. He's still turning good circles on the pedals. Down to 2.5K to go now. Don't forget, even if you're not racing with us in May, still plenty of opportunities at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, the event that encompasses the spirit of the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, the Citizens Tour, presented by McDonald's, starting in downtown Durango. You'll begin at the sound of the train whistle and race the Durango-Silverton Narrow Gauge Railroad up to Silverton, 47 miles. The point-to-point tour consists of 2 mountain passes higher than 10,000 feet and ends up in Silverton at 9,300 feet above sea level. Push yourself against the train or ride at your own pace. Either way, it's a memorable ride and quite the accomplishment for the McDonald's Citizen Tour. So whether you're joining us for the Coca-Cola Road Race, the McDonald's Citizen Tour, or some of the new events like La Strada La Plata Gravel Race or the Subaru Mountain Bike Race, maybe you're just bringing the kids up to Durango for the Sprite Kids Race or to spectate on the Cruiser Crit in downtown, or doing some of the e-bike rides, the Quarter Horse or the e-bike tour to Silverton. Again, join us at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic this year. We'd love to see you in person. These riders have enjoyed the ride up to the line today, and now Lindstrom in his last 1.7K of racing before he is crowned our virtual Iron Horse Bicycle Classic champion.
First time we actually saw a little smile from Lindstrom right there. I think he knows he's got it right now.
Yep. And that's a good feeling. When you can finally coast, you finally do the math, and you think, all right, if I let up here, how much time do we have? Yeah, I think I'm pretty good. So I think Lindstrom just had that moment, and he'll be able to enjoy the last kilometer of riding here.
Yeah, watts have dropped off. Yeah, he's coasting.
He's ordering McDonald's. He's on Uber Eats right now. And then Bouchard Hall behind him, going to be good into second place. So inside 1K for Lindstrom, the Canadian from Hugh Dog Racing, will come good in Durango at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, as he will solo to a victory just about 250 meters ahead of Kevin Bouchard Hall. Another solo winner here, but not the rider that we thought of. Welcome to the radar, Luinstra, as we got a new rider to watch in the Echelon Racing League. There are a lot of guys back in this field now that are putting a big old target on Craig Linstra's back heading into week 3 for the Tour of the Gila up next. So certainly hope that Linstra is back. If he liked climbing here in Durango, he's going to love the climbing they have out in Silver City for Tour of the Gila. So it'll be a great race for Linstra if he likes going uphill. That race for third going to be a good kilometer behind them. So we'll watch Linstra go through. Bouchard Hall should be through solo in second. And then looks like Bickley first under the Flamme Rouge for the field. But Linstra gets the win at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic and the Echelon Racing League Pro League today in our elite men's field. Bouchard Hall, look at the sweat dripping off of Kevin Bouchard Hall. That is an effort on the bike today. Well, for a guy that was up all night taking care of sick kids, I would say that's a pretty good ride for Kevin Bouchard Hall today into the silver medal position. And now we're watching Roca trying to salvage his sprint. Remember our field sprint winner yesterday at the front here. Mason Roca into third position. Round the bend with 400 meters to go. Oosborn is there. Nair is there. Bickley getting dropped off a little bit. Roca's still on the front. Can he win another sprint back-to-back 2 days in a row out of the group? Here goes Mason Roca again. This guy is like the Mark Cavendish of virtual racing. Unstoppable in the sprints. He's got one with him, though. Roca's going to take Copsey with him up the road this time. Copsey is right next to him. But Roca, I think, will hold on for a third-place finish. And yeah, confirming Mason Roca in for third. Copsey going to have to settle for fourth. Another great sprint from Mason Roca to the line. Wow.
Good racing, and I think like Kevin just he put his head down. One, he's exhausted, and two, he's like, who is this kid that just beat me? Where did he come from? So, you know, that was good racing by those guys, but not good enough for the top step.
Oh, here's our early attacker, Jaden Yeager, on his way in. Did his best for the Restart Racing team, put in a huge dig early on, but certainly made his mark on this race. I mean, this guy had a major impact on the way that things went today at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, because if it weren't for Yeager's early attack, we may have seen another rider going clear, and this one could have played out completely differently. So his teammate, Kevin Bouchard Hall, will get a second-place finish, but Jaden Yeager, I think, could be happy with his ride today. Wasn't able to stay out there, but certainly made an impact.
Yeah, I mean, they put their tactics out and did the best they could. And like I said, it was a good race for them. They had a good race plan, which we saw play out, but just not good enough for the top step.
Well, that's the art of racing in the Echelon Racing League as well. You go back, look at the race tape, go back to the drawing board, talk with your team, figure out the strategy, and try and get it right for the next week of racing as we get ready for, again, the Tour of the Gila coming up next. There's Eric Hill making a little pass for Project Echelon Racing into the red zone. Last 1.5 kilometers of racing for them. Eric also one of the organizers of the Echelon Racing League, in addition to running that Project Echelon team. So it's another guy who puts in a lot of work off the bike. Somehow still finds time to put in the performance. So Jaden Yeager on the way in now. And that'll round out top 10 with Yeager. Is the race for 11th and 12th. We'll watch these two guys sprint it out inside 800 meters now. Fackel and Hill.
It's good to see these guys go all the way to the line. It's all racing when it comes down to it. And yeah, you've been on the trainer this long, you might as well put the icing on the cake right now.
So a quick sprint to the line here. Eric Hill puts in a late surge at 250 meters to go.
You can always work on your sprint, Brad.
Yep, and looks like that'll be enough to get him dropped. And Hill going to hold on for 11th place on the day. To round out the top 10, and then Sophocles will be in for 12th, just behind Eric Hill of the Project Echelon racing team. So here's our top 10 after the day today at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic presented by Argon 18. Lindstrom gets the win for Hugh Dog Racing. Bouchard Hall into second for Restart. Roca in third. And then this group, Kopsey, Nair, Usborn, Jimrazik, Harden, Bickley, all exceptional rides today to survive in that group. And then how about Jaden Yeager in 10th place? But we're always looking at the watts per kilo, Lauren, 4.17 for Craig out there today. I'm looking at Roca, though, again, 3.3 watts per kilo on the day. Efficient.
Again, like rounding out the podium, like somebody that we weren't really looking at yesterday at all. We never saw his name until the very end of the race. And so, yeah, he found a way to keep it efficient and low watts per kilo today. It's pretty impressive.
And so hard to do with so many opportunities to chase up the road, so many riders going away, big attacks on the day. It would have been easy to waste some of those watts out on the road. But these guys did a great job to hang in there. Just waiting to get our race winner into our tailwind interview zone here. We'll try and grab a word with Craig if we can get him on Zoom. Meanwhile, watching Zale finishing up here. All right, still trying to get Craig into our winner's interview here earlier, but it sounds like we do have Kevin Bouchard Hall in second place, so let's go to Kevin.
Here with Kevin Bouchard Hall, who finished second in the Iron Horse Series. Kevin, how are you feeling about that race? It's a longer race than we've usually done so far this season. How did you prepare for it?
Well, I did the race last week, and I attacked from the gun and basically did the whole thing as hard as I could. I told the guys before that I wanted to totally bury myself and crack myself last Sunday. I'm starting my build for the Worlds in a few months, so I'm kind of just trying to destroy myself. And today we kind of flipped the script and we sent Yeager up the road to try to do the same thing because we know that the tactics are more like a road race. Unless you actively work hard to pull something back, things can stay if you ride steady, and Yeager is super strong. But that second lap, going to the last lap, we went really fast up the climb the second time, and then we stayed on it. I can't believe we brought him back. I thought for sure he had that one. And yeah, so it was hard. It was hard.
Yesterday's race, you had a little bit of a mechanical issue. How did you want to attack this race?
Yes, I knew it. I got 6 golden.
I did another race instead, because I goofed. It was a mistake I made. I wasn't ready. I got in early and didn't, cross my T's and dot my I's. And but anyway, so I did another race. So I was pretty tired actually going in today. But I think it was just to follow wheels and then kind of read how the race would play out. Craig went really hard up the climb the second lap, and then I knew it would kind of be the same thing. And he attacked. And I tried to stay with him. I couldn't hold his wheel. And then I was like, well, maybe I can call him back on the rest of it. And I had good legs and I went hard. And I'm really happy with my effort, my pacing, my watts. Everything I'm fit. It was a good run. I couldn't catch him. He was stronger than me.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. And congratulations on your podium finish. Back to you
Thanks.
guys.
Yep.
Well, pretty relaxed for Kevin Bouchard Hall after a second place finish, but you heard him say he had a plan, he stuck to it, and it's really about bigger goals for Kevin Bouchard Hall, a guy that's going to be racing in the Esports World Championships coming up here, so a great way to prepare for that. So Lindstrom gets the win today. Any surprise rides from you, Lauren? I mean, anything surprise you? I think Jaden Yeager was maybe the biggest wild card of the day out there.
Yeah, well, to listen to Kevin basically say that he thought Jaeger was going to stay away the entire time. And I thought that was part of the plan, is to probably bring him back. So I'm learning too, is announcing the Echelon Racing League. But I guess Roca again, because we didn't know. I mean, he sprinted in the criterium yesterday and won out of nowhere. So for me, I would say that he's probably my biggest surprise, not knowing what he could do on the climbs.
Well, these guys are going to have a rematch as we head virtual tour of the Gila for our next stop of the Echelon Racing League Pro League. January 7th through 9th at echelonracingleague.com as we wrap up the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. That'll do it for us today for everyone here at the Echelon Racing League. My partner, Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. On behalf of race director Ian Burnett, everyone in Durango at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic, and everyone here in the Echelon Racing League, thanks to all of our riders, thanks to you at home for watching, and thanks to everyone for making bike racing happen in Durango, Colorado. Cannot wait to be in person at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic this May. We'll see you there, either virtually or in person.